Oh my god, Ocarus. G'day, you done? How are we? Yeah, finished getting this set up here now. Dialogue system. This will be interesting. Let's pop me down there. Pop chat over there. Alright. The puzzle went well. We have something that works and does what we want. Um, it functions correct. It seems to function correctly, at least. Um, what up, Pax? How you doing? So yeah, you can complete the puzzle by placing all the blocks through the top, like just open the box and place them all through there, or you can put them all through the square hole or the rectangle hole, or you can place them through their respective slots. We don't have all of the interactions figured out yet, though, so we need to finish getting the inputs set up, but we want to deal with that um, later. So we want to fix up the spring stuff later. We want to take a break from that. So we're making the dialogue system today. We're starting to make the dialogue system today. So we're doing good, Pax. We're doing good and doing well. Yeah, yeah. Red what? Red what? Starting with HO. Red hood. Ah, hood. You thought no. Red ho. Um, red hog. Red hot. Oh, god damn it. How you doing, Bread? What's going on? How have you been? Hot dang. Hot dog. Dog. Jesus Christ. What the hell would that be? Dog paw? P-O. Dog pound. Pound. Dog pog. um, it starts with a C, so it's not Pound Town. Could be Pound City? um, Pound cake. Oh, we're doing terribly. We're doing terribly. Cake. Peace. Peace culture. Cake. Uh, Poor. Ah, cake pop. Pop culture. Fucking hell. Oh my god. We're doing another one because that was terrible. Ads are over. Yay. Alphabet soup. Soup K. Soup K. Knife? No. You don't have a knife for spoon. Carrot soup spelled with a K. Have a good one, Bread. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Soup kitchen. Aha. Kitchen soup. No. Kitchen space. Kitchen Is that a hint? Kitchen stove. No. Kitchens. Sing. Sink. The hint. The hint for the word. I've been unable to come up with something good. I have a feeling that we're going to get the word today. What is the hint for this word today? Sink, sink hose, sink hose. Sink hole. Of course, it's sinkhole. Hole punch card. Yeah, that was better. That was better. That was better. What is the hint? What can the hint be? What can the hint be? You got to remember the clues, Orcris. It's 6 letters, and the word is used more commonly when talking about structures or structuring. But it is used elsewhere as well. So, what is the new hint? What is the new hint? Get rid of that. Mosdale, correct. Correct. I'm going to be rearranging my apartment too, so that's going to be interesting. Yeah. Third Sammy. That's 8 letters, Oki, not 6. What would it be? This would just be a resource. Would then have a dialogue scene which would have this on it. Just wait for me to come up with another hint. I'm going to give you another hint. You're wasting your guesses. Structures with this feature are generally more stable. Like physical structures with this feature are generally more stable or stronger, depending on how the structure's designed. But in general, the correct implementation of this feature makes things more sturdy. 6 letters, Sammy. Hydrate. I can do that for you. Get it. Arches or triangles? Not necessarily. See, you'll think. I'm not. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. Um, they can also be just as strong. Like structures with this feature can also be equally as strong as structures without the feature. But yeah. Popped in and all I heard was structures with these features are typically stronger. Yep. That's correct. That's a good coffee this morning. All right, so how do we want our dialogue manager to work? What I'm thinking, let's bring this up. Um, so I feel like this would be um what up, Rex? Bricks? No. Footer? No. You're all gonna kick yourself when you see it. Um No, not doing that. Farts. Dialogue controller. Um, Dialogue manager. Dialogue. Um, so this is what I'm thinking. So the dialogue controller. Wait, is the C++? It's gonna be correct. Correct. What's? I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. That's correct, Rex. We are making our own dialogue manager. That is correct. What's that, Sammy? Cavino smells. Oh my god, Cavino, hello. How are you doing? How's things? G'day, you dunce. How are yous? We're designing a dialogue manager to handle all the different things that we need to do. How goes your roach farm, Cavino? And how is it going with Cam around? Was that annoying? Was that frustrating for you? Bro pre-fired. Welcome in all. We're doing some C++ today. Once we figure out how we want our dialogue manager to work, which is what we're doing here. So, yeah. I bet Cavino wishes he had a drawing tool this good. Yeah. What's a good C++? Um, Probably one with one less plus. Yeah. What's that tool you're using on a draw? It's called Wayscriber. It's called Wayscriber. So I've got multiple different boards here, so we can add pages. So if I want to have different things, or we've got a whiteboard as well. We've got a blackboard. We've got a blueprint. We've got a corkboard. Or we can create our own new board, but we're just using it as an overlay at the moment. So, yeah. Yeah. So if I wanted to, I could add a page, and then we can, like, yeah, switch between the two, or I can just get rid of it. Yeah. Take that, Cavino. Other than that, we've got like all different bits and pieces. If you go here, you've got like all your different thickness, text size, what font you're using, colors. You can even number things. Oh, how good is that? I still despise the new Lua config. Yeah, same here. Same here. We're on the same page with that. You hate Khan Academy? Well, it looks like Vongo wants us to do some more physics. Who wants to learn kinematics? Tell Cavino that he doesn't need to sort his PC. That he doesn't need to sort his PC out. No, I've seen Cavino's desktop. He needs to sort that shit out. Cavino needs to sort that desktop out. It's horrible. It's not. It is Vongo. Vongo, when you're older and you have to pay for like, well, not these days. You used to have to pay for this type of stuff, no matter what. So, no, you're meant to be on my side. He doesn't stream for 2 weeks then. I mean, I don't think that's got anything to do with cleaning his PC, because that would take like an hour. I just don't think Cavino appreciates any of you enough. That's you don't learn shit from it, Vongo. That's just your problem. Is Wayscriber only or? You can get it from. So you can get it from here. So you can go here, you can grab the code yourself, you can compile it yourself, and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, on Arch it is just OR. Build from source, get the pre-built binary. So can you confirm it's really 6 letters and not like 5 like last time? I can confirm it's 6 letters. I can confirm it's 6 letters. Yep. Is Wayscriber on Windows? I don't think so. It's a Linux thing. It's for Wayland systems. So it's not going to be a Windows thing unless you have like WSL2 stuff. Can you paste the link here? No, I can do that. Oops. I'll get back to that in a second. There you go. Voila. Oh, that's tasty coffee. But yeah, this is what we have at the moment for our game. Well, actually, I think I've got the puzzle marked as completed. So let me. pop into here. Ah, sweet. Sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet. Did you press M and mute it, Cavino? Probably. Typical Cavino. Typical Cavino. So we have a rather nice interaction here. I like this interaction. It feels very... It feels good. It feels good. We do need to fix up the spring a bit, though, because this is a bit... not exactly what I want. But god damn it. We know what we want and we can get it. We just need to implement oscillation, like natural frequencies. So yeah. This is one of the creative ways to complete the puzzle. So you do that, and done. You've completed the puzzle. Voila. The other thing that you can do is you can put all of them through the square hole. Yeah. Cavino would love how this all works. Hooke's law. Yeah, so Hooke's law is what brings the frequency. Was like, yeah. Your browser doesn't give sound anymore. Are you on Windows, Cavino? Because if so, Windows might have forced an update in the background that just completely screwed up your audio. Gonna spend hours doing that with boxes. So I've also spent hours on it. Thank you. It is an incredible mustache, isn't it? Isn't it, Tim Allen? Today I learned collision mask converts decimal value to binary to set up the actual collision mask. Cool stare. Yep. And that's why a lot of the time when I'm doing collision values, I will set them up as like collision layer equals 0B 00101101. Yeah. Because that turns on layer 1, off layer 2, on layer 3 and 4, off layer 5, on layer 6, off layer 7 and 8. Yeah. It's all of Twitch for me. What the heck? Did Cavino get shadow banned again? Yes, eat your sorrows, Cavino. Get like an entire family-sized pizza, fold it over on itself, crimp the edges so you have just a giant calzone, and then eat that. Yeah. Anyway, we need to do physics. So I've kind of got a handle on this stuff now. I'm gonna redo this just because I really need to keep refreshing my brain on this because I keep losing myself. What's the velocity v of the hippo as a function of its position x? The resulting graph is curved, not linear. Based on the shape of the curve, zoologist decides to square the velocity values to create the graph of velocity squared as a function of position x. Resulting graph is shown below. This is... yeah, so what we do is we have root 60 minus root 20, which just becomes 60 minus 20, which is 40, and then we do that over 2x, which in this case is 5, so it's 40 over 5, which means, or 40 over 10, which makes this the acceleration 4 meters per second. Yeah. Yeah, see, my brain is now remembering this stuff because I'm repeating it. Yeah. Yeah. Footlong. Thanks for the 5 gifted, you fantastic Gidun. Thank you very much. Old man doesn't know about PCs. Yeah, Cavino is so old. Oh, so old. Ancient. uh, who'd you hit? Oh, nice. You hit Tapir. Very nice. Very nice. Much appreciated, Footlong. You are what I like to call a fantastic Gidun. Yeah? Just absolutely fantastic. Toodles nothing. I also think you spelled front wrong. You might want to get that looked at. All right, next question. Which quantity should students plot to create a linear graph from which the analyzed car's acceleration can be determined? So to collect the data, they each enlist the local police officer. Okay, so yeah, it's they start the stopwatch. Officer reads the magnitude. Yeah, okay. I think they spelled front wrongly as well. Yeah, yeah. I think so. I think so. So if we're plotting the time and the velocity in to analyze the acceleration, isn't that just velocity and time? They should plot velocity and time. Mm-hmm. Yep. These are the ones that still trip me up. These are the ones that still trip me up. A roller coaster car starts from rest at the top of a hill and begins to roll down at a 0.5 meters from the top of the hill. Oh, this is. Isn't this V bottom as 9V top? Because you end up with. What is it? The displacement of each is the numerator. And the denominator is the time interval of each squared. So you end up with TA squared over TB squared. But in this case, what? Oh, there's something else I'm missing. Because it's supposed to be. It's a ninth? No, it's 9. Because I know that the fact that it's like 9 times the distance, V top ends up being. Oh my god. Something to do with this, because the initial velocity and position are both 0. So you end up with a half AT squared. And then you have those two values divided by each other. The A's cancel out because they have the same acceleration. And then. Oh my god. I know it's in here. I know the equation is in here. This is the one that I keep forgetting. It's this thing. Actually, that's acceleration. This one, it's this. This is the thing we need. So it's a half AT squared for both of them. The accelerations cancel out, the halves cancel out. Then you end up with we know that TC is 9 times further away, right? At 0.5 meters from the top of the hill. But this gives us the position of XC, not the speed. So it's got to be this. Yeah, it's got to be this one. The positions we can cancel out, right? Because we assume the acceleration of the car is constant. So would it be 45 over TB over 5 over TA, and then you end up with because we'd end up with TA and TB flipped, which means we would have 9 TA, is that right? 9 TA over TB. No. Oh my god. This is the one that I don't think it's 9 times though. So I think that's there to throw me off with the fact that it's this. But if the acceleration is constant as it coasts down, then the velocity will be 9 times because every second it's adding. But it gets down to the bottom faster, so it wouldn't have time to get 9 times faster. It would be because the velocity would get faster and faster each time. Right? I don't know. I've forgotten the entire thing. Alright, cool. I don't know the math behind it. I need to review that. This one was this one here. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. 5 meters in time TA. How far will the car fall down the track at time 3 TA? This is the one where we end up with TA over TB, and TB becomes like 3 TA. It's just like the videos explain it. The videos explain it, but not in a way that I'm able to retain. You know, the way I'm gonna retain it is by constantly doing it over and over again. But this is the thing we need, I think. This one. That's the one we need. Because the acceleration's just uniform. And it's moving in a straight line. So it's this equation. I know the equation that we need to use. So we know we're not doing a half. Well, actually, no, it would still be a half because the equation itself is a half at squared, and the positions are both zero. Like these two are both zero. So it's just a half at squared. Um, oh, sorry, yeah, a half at squared. The acceleration cancels out because it's uniform, it's constant. It's just, so we end up with a half tc squared over a half ta squared, or in our case, tb squared over ta squared. And then we substitute tc to be 3ta squared over ta, which ends up being 9ta squared over ta. So we have 9 times the position, which is 45 meters. Yeah, cool. Cool. See, I keep forgetting the equation to use. I keep forgetting which one to use at each time. It's a nightmare. All right. So we know we've got that done. Let's have a look here. Maybe something in here will help us remember. When analyzing motion in physics, we're often interested in relationships between the following variables. The initial position, x naught, yep. Final position is x. Initial velocity is v naught. Final velocity is v, yep. Constant acceleration, time interval duration, yep. Shouldn't the time interval be represented as delta time instead of t? Technically, yes. However, as we'll see below, the kinematic equations can appear a little long, so we typically shorten delta t to t when working with them. But do keep in mind that t in these equations refer to the amount of time that passes, not a specific instance in time. I would have preferred it if they had have written out delta t, because then I'm not going to confuse myself. My advice would be to only remember one equation and look at how to do the algebra change to another form if it's convenient. I mean, yeah. I do get what you mean. I do get what you mean. The kinematic equations tell us how these variables relate in a single dimension. Mm-hmm. Been through all of these before. Velocity squared, position, velocity. What do the subscript x's mean? Rates of variables in a single dimension. For example, the equations above use x to represent position, so we know the motion is happening in the x direction. Subscripts on a vx and ax remind us that we must input velocity and acceleration for the x direction as well. We can also use these equations of vertical motion, in which we may choose to replace x with y. Okay. It will be important when analyzing 2D or 3D motion. Each dimension will need to be analyzed separately. Correct. Good point. Good point. Okay, so that's just saying that we're doing it in the x direction, and that we need to put in acceleration here. We need to put in that. Yeah. All right. Kinematic equations are only accurate if acceleration is constant during the time interval considered. So we can only use them when the acceleration is not changing. Okay. A fourth equation will be useful when acceleration is known to be constant, but its value is unknown. The acceleration can be derived by combining two equations for average velocity. Average velocity is defined as displacement divided by the time during which the displacement occurred. Yep. And that's easy enough. Acceleration is constant. Average velocity for an interval of time is the average of the initial and final velocities of that interval. Initial and final over 2, yep. Or, actually, when acceleration is constant, average velocity for an interval of time is the average of the initial and final velocities of that interval. Yeah, dividing it by 2, yeah. Dividing it by 2 because it's the average of the two added together. Cool. Pneumaticity. No. My advice on PC, you don't have to solve it in mind, and you can make notes. I can make notes, but if I try writing notes with this, they're not gonna come out too well. Yeah. I'm not good with writing stuff here. Yeah. Like, I'm terrible at writing stuff. But I do need to write stuff more. It's scientifically proven that physically writing things down helps remember it. Helps with retention. So, since both these expressions equal the average, they must also equal each other. Yep, so final position minus initial position over t is the initial velocity plus final velocity over 2. Some resources list this fourth kinematic equation with the other 3, and some do not. To be safe, it's best to remember the simple derivation above so you can generate the equation if needed. Okay. Is up for a riddle? Give us a riddle, Dangio. Give us that riddle. Can we use delta x for displacement in these equations?
Would you like delta a disappointing affirmation?
X minus x, no, x naught. So we can subtract x naught from both sides of the second kinematic equation shown above and write it as this. Of course. Okay, so that then becomes the x velocity naught t plus half. Where'd that b go? Because that's delta time. Delta x is just that. So if we have delta x there and we multiply both sides by t, that's where t comes from. And then this here is the velocity average, but where's the... Why'd the 2 get removed from the v naught? And now I'm white. Your head filter look like Mr. House in Fallout. Mr. House wishes. And I can tell you this right now, in that instance, the house does not always win. Which English word turns from plural to a singular when you add an S to it? two people calling it out. I've seen that video, but I didn't really. I didn't log it. I didn't log it in my brain. What is it, Dangio? Yeah, why is the V naught lose the divide too? Because if we change that to delta x and we multiply both sides by t, we can subtract x naught from both sides of the second. Oh, the second kinematic equation, not that equation. The second kinematic equation, that one. Right. I gotcha. That makes more sense. That makes a whole lot more sense. Princess to princess, right? Yep. I have a rule 2. Which YouTube influencer, superstar, giga celebrity has a personal YouTube handle, Pooplicker888? Is it Mr. Beast? I don't know. Gentleman said. We're talking about a personal YouTube handler, not a professional YouTube handle. Okay. Jedham's professional one is Pooplicker. That's his OnlyFans. It's Vsauce. Vsauce has Pooplicker888. Oh, that's funny. All right, the third quick kinematic equation is this, where we have delta x instead of x minus x at naught. All right, the third equation as delta x over t. Yeah, I thought that was wrong. Yeah. How do you select a kinematic equation? Choose the equation that's right for your problem. You'll need an equation that includes the variable you've asked to find. The other variables in the equation should be values that you are given or can figure out. Each of the 4 kinematic equations above is missing one of the 4 kinematic variables. Remembering this can help you figure out which equations will be useful for your problem. So you're missing acceleration, so I assume that would
Want
be
a disappointing affirmation?
Sure thing. Go for it. That would become... that would be the equation for acceleration, right? No, that's the... That's the average velocity. But it's missing a. It's missing the variable a. Each of the 4 kinematic equations above is missing one of the kinematic variables. That has a, that has a, you don't have a. They all have a. That's not helpful at all. Motorcyclist starts with a speed of 23.4 meters a second and seeing traffic up ahead decides to slow down over a length of 50.2 meters. With a constant acceleration of magnitude 3.2 meters a second squared, what is the new velocity of the motorcyclist after slowing down? 23.4 meters a second, seeing traffic up ahead decides to slow down at a length of 50.2 meters. So he's traveling that almost in 2 meters. So I need...
You're 1 in a million. So there's 8,000 people exactly like you.
Correct. Correct. But better than being 1 in 1,000. Although I would kind of prefer being 1 in 1,000, because that way, if I ever need like an organ transplant of some kind, there's plenty of people to choose from. So there's some silver lining to not being unique. People that understand the way you think and communicate. That's true. That's true. So we want to know the new velocity after the motorcycle, after the cyclist has slowed down. It's not that one, is it? Because if we have delta x, slow down. Oh, so 50.2 is our delta x. That'd be 50.2. Starting speed of 23.4 meters per second. So that would go in there. That is the right equation, right? No, it's this one. This is the one we want. So that'll be 0. That'll be 23.4. But we don't have time and we don't have acceleration. Or we do have acceleration.
Okay, another. When one door closes, another opens. This is a metaphor. In reality, you're going to be standing in a hallway for a really long time.
Why would you be standing in the hallway for a really long time? Only if you're OCD would you be in the hallway for a really long time. Yeah. Is it the second equation there that we need to use? Because that'd be 0. That'd be 23.4. The acceleration would be 3.2. The acceleration would be 3.2. But we don't have time. I feel like it'd be this one. So it would have to be 23.4 meters per second squared. And the acceleration is 3.2. And then this ends up being 50.2. Because we want to know the new velocity after they've slowed down. So yeah, it becomes that one. It is that equation there. So we know the value of acceleration and distance. What, 2 by 3.2 by 50 point, or 3.2 by 50.2. So that's not going to work. I mean, it might. Because then we take the square root of both. Add that square root onto the velocity. But no, because that's saying it's getting faster. But they're slowing down, which means the acceleration must be negative 3.2. So it'd be 2 multiplied by negative 3.2 multiplied by 50.2, right? Is my thinking there correct, random? You're the educator here. Educate. I feel like that's the correct equation to use. Because then if we take the square root of 23.4 meters per second squared, it's just 23.4 meters per second plus negative 6.4 by negative by 50.2. That's going to be way too large. That is incorrect. It's not the correct equation to use. I don't know. And I don't want to sit here for 3 hours trying to figure out something that I don't know. Okay, so it is that equation. So it is the square root of all that. Of course, acceleration is squared as well. Acceleration is squared as well. Yep. So you get this. So you get. Yeah. Because that would end up just being negative 3.2. That would end up being 23.4. But we don't have... So I guess we'd have to figure that out first and then square root it. And add it on to 23.4. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, cool. Weapon running at 6 meters per second. Weapon speeds up to 23.1 meters per second. Over 3.3 seconds with constant acceleration. How far did the weapon travel during that time? Fuck's sake. Why do I do this to myself? Why do I let people force me to do this? Now I've got to fucking pick the equation again. A weapon running at 6.2 meters a second. What was I finding? How fast did the weapon travel over that time? So we want to find the difference in X, don't we? Because solving problems keeps you young. Yeah, this isn't solving problems, though. I feel like it's going to be that one. We need to find the X. The X0. So the X0 is 0. Close that up now. The velocity we have is 6.2. It's sped up to 23.1 over 3.3 seconds with a constant acceleration. So we don't know the acceleration. We'd have to figure out the acceleration. Honestly, I can't be fucked. I just want to get on to designing this dialogue manager. Assuming initial direction of travel is in the positive direction, 6.2 meters a second, 23.1 meters a second, 3.3 seconds, 0 meters. We don't know the acceleration, so we can use that to figure out the acceleration. Then we multiplied both sides by t, getting t on that, plusing the x naught. And then... Okay, cool. So it's just rearranging that equation. See, this here, notice that each of our 4 kinematic equations above is missing one of the kinematic variables. That's not helpful to me. Like, that's just an extra thing to try and memorize. Anyway. We will redo that the next time I have to do stuff. And of course, we've got ads coming in. I need to get another coffee after all that. Fucking hell. I think doing that stuff on stream isn't helpful for me. Because I have to try and think, like, you know, do people actually want to watch this? Very helpful to you. I mean, it's not helpful to me, though, you know? Like, I would rather do that off stream. You know? Because if I do it off stream, I can give all of my attention to it. Trying to split my attention while trying to learn it is difficult. Anyway, I need to get myself coffee. I'll be back. All right, back to our dialogue manager. There we go. Do our dialogue manager now. Nothing else. So, I'm thinking what we would have is we'd have a dialogue controller. That would be our node. So this here would be our node. Where are you? Node. Resource. So the dialogue controller can request from the dialogue manager what dialogue is needed. Maybe we get rid of this here. Dialogue manager figures out what dialogue resource needs to be used and gives that to the controller. But how will the dialogue resource be structured? How will the dialogue resource be structured so that we can track? Why not use Nori made dialogue manager? Just sounds fun to make one yourself. So it's the same reason why I'm not using, like some other spring damper, or why I'm not using some pre-existing first-person controller, or why I'm not using a pre-existing puzzle logic manager. Like I can make this game just by using a bunch of plugins. But then I'm restricted to those plugins. If there's a Godot update that comes out, if Godot updates to Godot 5 and has a bunch of stuff reworked, I can't upgrade to that until those plugins upgrade. And if those plugins stop being supported, then for the next game, when I do update to a new version of Godot, I now need to find a different plugin to do that stuff, because I can't use the one that's no longer updated and supported. So like I would rather make my own and maintain that, and then whenever there's an update, I update it. Yeah. If I need to change how the dialogue manager works for a game that I'm making, then I would just completely change that. I would just change it to work for the new game. Yeah, make your own engine. So I know I know you're joking, Orchrus, but there are people that say that, and they're like, "Oh, why don't you just make your own engine?" And there's a very big difference between using an engine and building stuff on top of an engine, and using an engine and 20 plugins, and then being like having 21 dependencies. And then if you want to update the main engine, you can't, because you've got 20 dependencies that you need to wait until they get upgraded to work with the new version of the engine. Whereas if you're just using the engine, when you want to upgrade, you can update the engine to the new version, and then you can update all of your stuff to work with the new version of the engine. It's the same thing with people making websites. that use plugins and stuff like that, or like that they use packages from NPM and stuff to do like a carousel to handle buttons, all this kind of stuff. And it's like, all right, well, if React upgrades or Next.js upgrades or something, and that component is dependent on a version of React or Next or something, and it doesn't work when they upgrade React or Next.js, you can't upgrade to that stuff. All because you're using a package for a fucking carousel. So it just gives you more freedom. There's a lot more freedom if you do it that way. So. Oh, that is something that I got as well. I have a Raspberry Pi 5 on the way. So I've got one of these coming. I have one of these coming. The reason why I'm getting a Raspberry Pi 5 instead of just using my Raspberry Pi 4 is because you can use a Raspberry Pi 5 with Ollama or stuff like that. Like, and then if I wanted to, I could get a Pi AI 2 hat to put on top. And then also like have that make my local AI agent even more powerful. And then I can put this thing on my desk and I can have it be like a TTS chatbot that chat can interact with. Or I can set it up as like a local TTS. So I can ask it questions and have it all local and like have it here or something. So then if we need to go like figure out how to do stuff or like a concept, we can have it explain the concept without needing to go through some third party shit show. So what are we going to have here? So we're going to have public. We're obviously going to have a dialog manager, constructor, and destructor. Oh, I'm going to need... Let's go Raspberry Pi. I haven't touched since arrival. I've got a Raspberry Pi running at the moment. It tracks the stuff coming through chat. So whenever someone like it creates our credits and stuff like that. What's going on, Pepper? 48k hot sauce. Let's do it. Let's do it. How you doing, Pepper? So, like, my Raspberry Pi has a database on it. It tracks how many times everyone has redeemed first, second, third, and late. It creates credits once I get credits implemented. All that sort of stuff. It handles... I could set up, with this Raspberry Pi 5, I could set it up so that I have, like, a local text-to-speech running on it, and then have it do the TTS instead of using Google TTS. Thank you, Pep, for the hot sauce. Whew. What we're doing here, Pepper, is trying to figure out how to relate dialogues. Like, how our dialogue manager is going to work. Whoops. I'm building my dialogue manager and dialogue resource in C++ too. Because why not? You know? Why not? So yeah, dialogue resource. This will also need a public constructor and destructor. So the first thing we need is, how do we tell it what character the dialogue is? All right. Shit stuck in my teeth. Those damn crackers. All right, so how are we saying whose dialogue this is? And what the subsequent dialogue would be? Because I guess, do we need it to have this sort of manager? Or, like, do we need a dialogue manager? So, the process would be player interacts with NPC. This is fucking terrible handwriting. Sorry, mouse writing. Terrible mouse writing. So the player interacts with the NPC. Let me. Move this over here. Player. NPC. Player interact with NPC. Oops. But it wouldn't just be the player interacting with the NPC. That would just be one scenario. The player interacts with the NPC. The player moves to a point that triggers the dialogue. Yeah, so what I could do... Get rid of that. So you have dialogue triggered. As the player is irrelevant. The player's irrelevant there. So the dialogue is triggered. That can be triggered by the player interacting with the NPC. It can be triggered by the dialogue controller going, hey, this is like you now do this dialogue. It could be the player getting to a point and triggering the dialogue. The NPC can then... What? We need something else over here. That would be... dialogues. Gets the dialogue. Return current dialogue. Or return required. Or now, because how's the dialogues gonna know what's happened? I don't like this. I don't like that setup. I feel like we need something that is... What up, Headless Headhunter? How you doing? How are we today? Got a raid and run? Have a good one. I hope the stream today was fantastic, and I hope your run is excellent. Don't sprain an ankle. Not good. Especially being headless, you can't see where you're going, so be careful of the unevenness of the ground. Welcome in, y'all. It is 8:20 a.m. for me, and I'm trying to figure out how our dialogue manager is going to work. So yeah, it's interesting. It's very, very interesting. Because what are our requirements? Can I can. Nice. Dialogue triggered from player interaction, dialogue, event, or dialogue. Oh my god, I can't. Okay, that's something that I don't like. I can't hold down backspace to get rid of it. Dialogue triggered via signal. So what that means is anything can trigger dialogue. The player interacting, the dialogue itself reaching a point and completing, or the player responding to the dialogue, like something to do with the dialogue triggers a subsequent dialogue. The player reaching a position triggering some sort of like triggering a dialogue when they get into a certain position. So like they open a door and our NPCs are having a conversation. They're like in the middle of a conversation sort of thing. That type of stuff. But it can be triggered by whatever. Whatever we want can trigger the dialogue. So dialogue is directed graph with starting points, choices, and endpoints. Correct, but we also need to be able to track where the player's up to in the dialogue and stuff like that. Like having it branch and having multiple endings, and the complicated part with it, Orchrus, is the player does a playthrough and then they go back to the start and they do another playthrough, same save file and everything. Dialogue will be the same in certain parts, but it will be different in other parts based on what's been done previously. So we need a way like I can have our starting point, but then it's not linear. So the player could go into a puzzle. The player could go to one of the puzzle rooms. While they're doing a puzzle, there's dialogue with the NPCs. And then when they come out of the puzzle and they go to the main room, there's dialogue in there that could happen at some point when the player does something. So that dialogue needs to hold, like it needs to go, yes, I'm at this point. So, but then when we load the game, like when we set everything up, we need to know what's loading to what point. And when something is completed, we need to load other dialogue. So it's not so much a like I can set up a yep, this dialogue, you do this, it does this, you do this, it does this. Yeah, I can set that up easily. It's the bigger picture that I'm looking at. How am I going to have this dialogue be ready when the player does something when they've completed the required actions for that to become a possibility. And how do I get rid of it when it's no longer a required possibility? Or when it's no longer a possibility at all. So if the player does something else that causes that to no longer be available dialogue in that playthrough. Yeah. It's going to be dialogue has subtitles and audio to be played. What else? So let me see if I can get back. No, I can't. Damn it. Unfortunate, Sammy. Dialogue triggered. Needs to be prepared when events complete and removed when certain events occur. I do need to make an event system as well. So I think that's going to be something we need to make. So the event system can tell the dialogue, hey, prepare this dialogue. And then that sets up that stuff. I feel like dialogue is going to be a sub-component to an event system. I think I know what we can do.
Shave the eyes.
Shave the eyes. I already have. My eyes are silky smooth. Best didn't see that coming. Not with all that hair on your eyes. That's a lie. That is a lie. My mustache has been stuck at like 44 centimeters in length for a very long time. The only difference is sometimes it's like curving this way, other times it's like curving forward, other times curving backwards, so it appears shorter. But this is just a good wax day. This is a good wax day. So um Oh, actually, let me tell you how I'm going to have my apartment laid out. So I did some measurements. I did some measurements. We've got I think it's like 4.5 meters and 3.5 meters. I think that's roughly the living room size. It looks bigger. It looks longer. Like if I grab this and I go to a meter, that's a meter. If I just eyeball that, I'm like, I could get like 6 of that from side to side. But when I pull out the meter and I do it, like, I like actually measure it from end to end. It's like 4.5 meters or something. But anyway. That's irrelevant anyway. What we're gonna have I'm gonna have my desk here because my desk is 1.4. I'm gonna have side table here. My PCs will go here because I'll have one PC on top, one PC down below. We'll have monitor. Keyboard, mouse. We'll have that. Also have light, camera, light. You know, and my this isn't perfectly to scale, but it gives you an idea. Because it's probably more probably more there. There we are. What up, RBS? What player will do in this game? So the game we're making is going to be a puzzle narrative game that is replayable and has multiple endings and a bunch of secrets. I'll also have my bookcase there. I'll have my other desk there. That might be a bit too far back for that. We will have my drawing tablet and its table thing there. It's probably going to be turned that way. That'll be the drawing tablet and stuff. That's probably going to be a bit smaller than that. This will probably be more here. And then we also move that there. Like so. So that's probably going to be the new layout. If I wanted to, I could probably... Nah, I don't need that. And throw that out. That'll kind of be the layout. I got a bunch of stuff that I need to throw out too. I think it's going to work well. I think it's going to work really well. Do you see Google AI and Vibe Code possibilities? I have seen how terrible they are at doing that stuff, yes. Let's see. So we need this to have what? This will have subtitle. Also have an audio stream of Vorbis, which will be yeah, we'll just call it audio for now. But then we also need translations for the subtitle. I guess that'll be fine because that can just be translation key. So that must be subtitle key. Then audio, this needs so we'll need audio for different languages. How are we going to handle those? I guess we could have like notification that listens. I don't need to. Does resource have notification? I don't think it does. I think notification is only... go for object. I think object has notification, but I don't think resource is type of that, is it?
Oh man, I'm out of secret word guesses.
Does have notification. You are. That's going to suck. It's going to suck because the secret word is 6 letters. It is used commonly in it's used more when talking about structures and structuring things. And structures that have this feature as part of its design can be as strong or stronger than other structures that don't have this design. Now, it seems like every time I say structure, people's minds go to like, oh, buildings and such. But there's other structures out there. Like, buildings aren't the only structures. Like, they're the most common. The word is anchor, I know it. It has to be. Someone's going to have to guess. So we would have notification, and we can have that because ref counted, which resource inherits is an object. An object has notification, so we can have notification for translation language. I bet chairs are more common than building. Do you mean chairs, plural? Oh, sorry, do you mean buildings, plural? You said chairs, so yeah. I bet windows are more common than doors. Windows are more common than doors. Wheels are more common than doors. A hinge is more common than wheels. No. No, wheels are more common than hinges. You said structure like 100 times. You're a structure. Don't make me restructure your attitude, gamer. So we do audio stream or Google. So notification would be used to load audio based on translation. Actually, I don't need to do that there. I don't need to do that there. Next dialogue. Actually, we will need to have a dictionary. Do I want the player to respond? Structure used to describe structures, but not building structures. World's greatest hint. That wasn't one of the hints. You dick. The hint was structuring structures structured in a structural way to be structured with this feature. That was the hint. It's so much more helpful, all right? I don't know what your problem is. Yeah, with this feature, you missed the most important part with this feature. Jeez. Let's see. To rework my audio for a second. So, do I want the player to be able to respond to dialogue? Or when dialogue kicks off, do I want it to be more... Hmm. What up, Mungalo? How you doing? Because they could just be walking past and dialogue happens when they walk past. I think gamers go in the wrong direction. It's so funny. It's so funny. You said not only buildings. Yeah, I know. There's... I'm not... keep guessing. Keep guessing away. Yeah, so if the player's walking past, or if the player kicks off a dialogue, do I want the player to be stopped? Do I want them to not be able to move? Fixed a bunch of issues from last playtest today. I also have one guy whose network makes Godot networking very, very confused. So networked spawned objects don't work for him if the traffic goes through his router. What do you mean they don't work if the traffic goes through his router? Like, they don't spawn? Or they spawn but they don't behave how they should, like the movement stuff doesn't come through, like... I think they spawn but fail to fully init, and then fails to sync, and end up failing with no collision endlessly. Oh, falling with no collision endlessly. I feel like it could be something on their router that's like detecting a packet as like malicious or something. Like their router has some sort of... like maybe the router has some sort of DOS protection or something that kicks in and goes, nah. You don't see the spawn errors. It should have said if they didn't spawn. When he hosts, he sees things, but people connecting don't see the networked objects. Interesting. Interesting. I've come to the conclusion it's definitely like their router issue. Like if they only have the issue when the data's going through that router, like if they have a spare router that they can hook up and the issue disappears after that, then it's like, yeah, your router is doing something to impede the network traffic. So it could be like flood protection or something like that. Like maybe when maybe if an object fails to sync, the network, like, it keeps sending sync messages to try and get it to connect up so that object can do what it needs to do. And what's happening is the objects are failing to sync, and that constant attempt to sync up, the router is seeing as like a flood attack, and then the router just like stops those packets from coming in. Stop syncing if it doesn't land the updates. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. So for our NPCs, or for our character as part of dialogue, so the character's walking around, the character walks past NPCs, dialogue triggers and plays for them. The player can stop and listen, or they can keep walking. But no matter what, after that, there is no longer like, that dialogue no longer occurs again. So if the player misses what they said, too bad. Yeah. And that like what they say could lead to secrets or could uncover more information about the story and stuff like that. If the player interacts with an NPC to start dialogue, we can take control of the NPC. Like, we can take control of the player. And they'll be able to interrupt. But then ads coming in. Let's see. Let's do some words. Oof. Oh, I hope we can do better this time around on words. Come on, y'all. Come on. Bows. Ah. There we are. Becomes. Oof. Sammy with the big word. Combs. Combes. Well, Sammy, I mean, come on. What are you doing, Sammy? What are you doing? Just take the S off the first word you did. um, some. Um, Gobs. Mobs. Of course, mobs. Bees. Bees knees. Alright, let's get another one. We can fit another one in. I believe in us. Ah, that's what the big word is. Okay. There we go, Sammy. Nice. You know what I haven't done for a while? I haven't done what do you call it? Wordle. I've done Wordle for a while. It became too easy. It became so easy. Clean shaved. Oh, right. Yep. I see what you did there. See what you did there. Sure, whatever that word is. um, your. Pearl. Oh, come on, one more word. Glor. Glor. I don't know. You can't find any? That's alright, Sammy. You tried. You tried. It was everyone else that refused to help us. Yeah. Let's just do Wordle, because I haven't done it for a while, and I want to see what we can get. Always start off with Tipsy. And then we go Ghoul. Then we go Brand. Then we go Wreck. Okay. So Mince. Fence. There we are. Who says Wordle is hard? Such an easy game. So what we need is we need a dialogue response. Pragma once. Wants to know of an arguably easier game. Numberly. The hell is Numberly? A dialogue response resource. Wordle, but with math equations. Interesting. Do I want the player character to speak? Or do I just want it to be text options? Question feels like it's rhetorical. It's not. Like, what do you think it would be like? So if I had... So if we did that, we'd have to get 2 people for dialogue. I have to have 2 people, which would bring us up to 3 people for voice acting. 3 people for voice acting. The 2 robots can be done via speech to, like, text to speech stuff. That's going to be a ref to dialogue. Oh, sorry, a ref dialogue, which would be audio stream og Borbus. Be audio. Because if the player, like, say the NPC talks to the player and the player selects a response, would I want the player character, like, how would you as a player feel with your character saying the text response that you've selected, or saying dialogue that relates to that response? So the player, like, I can probably get rid of that. It'd feel more immersive that way. Yeah. Like, so the response key would just be like, you know, that they say something to the player, like, do you understand what you need to do? And then the player, like, will have like a yes or a no or a I wasn't listening or something like that as the 3 options. and then you click one of those, but the text that comes up and what the player says isn't just yes or no or I wasn't listening, but it's like, yeah, I understood that. That's pretty straightforward. So it's you're selecting a response, but the response is worded in a more in a more direct way. Sort of like how it's done with I think Dying Light does it. Dying Light has that. I do like that idea. And then there's other times where you just like select a response. It says that response, and then this dialogue here won't have anything. Don't have like responses would be an array. So I guess that needs to be a typed array. Yeah, sweet. What up, Slady? How you doing? So that'll be the responses. Dialogue response. But I could do this one of two ways. I could do a ref dialogue subsequent dialogue. We could do it that way, and then if there's a subsequent dialogue, it just goes to that and it ignores any responses configured because there shouldn't be. Or we just have responses, and this here this use of undeclared identifier dialogue response. I think the issue there where are they? Here we are. Register class dialogue. Register class dialogue response. Is it because they're looping? It's because they're referencing each other. And it's because they're referencing each other. Um, where's the custom? Did it import them all the way up top? No, there they are. Would have thought the Pragma ones would have avoided that. That's what I would have thought too. I thought that was the point of the Pragma ones. Yeah? Um, maybe in here, let's do an array of responses. Not a typed array of responses, just an array of responses. Or, well, no, this has to reference dialogue. It's got to reference dialogue. I can do it that way. But the second that I import, again, it freaks out. I don't think I need the menu manager. And we can get rid of that. Because this stuff is going to be controlled mostly by an event system. Just use class dialogue at the top. What do you mean? Like that. Really? Well, there you go. Fair enough. I didn't know you could do that. There you go. Has that always been a C or C++ thing? Interesting. Wonder why it was never taught that. Because that's a much better way, in my opinion, to set that stuff up. Let's see. I watched a video Cinema Sins yesterday on the new Scary Movie. And by the time it was at like the 15-minute mark of the movie, it was already at like 50 or 60 sins. Like, it ended up with like over 200 sins at the end of it. And I was like, yeah, that's about right. That's, yeah. Wasn't a good movie. Horror movies just full of sins. It's not even a horror movie though. It's supposed to be a parody, but the entire thing was just fourth wall breaking and references to the past movies. That's all the new Scary Movie is basically. It was, yeah, it was not good. Did not like it. First one was bad enough. The first one was at least entertaining because it was making fun of a specific horror movie that then had creative ways to include references to other horror movies, but it was still focused on Scream as the main horror movie it was parodying. But the new Scary Movie doesn't seem to be parodying horror movies. It seems to be parodying itself. It's just a comedy, not a parody then. A comedy suggests that there's jokes. Still slapstick. No. Like, I can't like there was one moment that there was slapstick, but it wasn't entertaining slapstick. It was poor, yeah, it was poor slapstick. Do I need signals? I don't need signals here because these are just resources that we'll put on stuff in the UI. Movies that don't try stop with sequels that are just to try and get more money out of people rather than being something good. Yeah. And that's the thing, like that's why I liked the first two Scary Movies I can watch. The first Scary Movie parodying Scream, it has like other horror stuff brought into it. Yeah. Scary Movie 2, it's more parodying Poltergeist. And it has other haunting horror movies like The Exorcist and stuff like that gets brought into it. But it's mainly parodying Poltergeist, you know. Um, but yeah, it was the new one. Yeah, the new one was just crap. It was just crap. Run, bitch, run. um, yeah, so I don't need any signals. Let's start getting our dialogue code set up here. Um, get those set up. I am going to need something in the constructor that looks at the current localization and loads the audio stream based on that localization. Which means we would need a dialogue response notification. Actually, how would we do that? Because this has notification. No, it doesn't. Method info. Bind object core method. You also need to include dialogue response header so that your dialogue response class in C++ file. The header only knows about the class, not the definition. Yeah, yeah. What up, Lukey? How you doing? I haven't created the dialogue response C++. Haven't created that yet. It's a lot of code. It's the Godot engine. This is the Godot engine. I'm just creating a bunch of custom stuff in it. So, yeah. I am wondering. Connect. No. How can I do it in this C++ file? Because in GD script, I'll just override notification. In this has this method info notification. Hmm. So if I want to use that function, there's HTTP request notification, propagate window notification. So I can just create a notification function. So I should be able to just do notification. And that's a void. Hydrate. Let's do it. And then what we need is it's going to be a long stream today too. We're going to go until like 7 or 8 p.m. We're basically going until I go to bed. That should be a nice day. I actually have an idea for a game to make for a game jam that will teach me physics. And I'm thinking I might wait until Journ Jam to kind of like work out what that game is and build the game and stuff. Just because I think it can be, I think it'll be an educational game. It'll definitely be an educational game. And it will teach me a lot of physics and stuff. And I think it'll be a pretty entertaining game too. I'm also curious as to, like, do you think it's feasible? Speaking of learning physics, do you think it's feasible to have a small LLM out of line definition? I'm going to come back to that. Do you think it's feasible to have a small text, like a small voice recognition AI? Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You fantastic Gedunt, you. Fantastic Gedunts all around. Yeah, so do you think it's feasible to have like a small speech recognition to be shipped with a game so that when the player says something, you can have speech recognition detect what they've said and then generate dialogue and respond based on what they've said, but it's just text dialogue. You know, just text dialogue, no voice dialogue. What you up to? We're just about to do some Khan Academy physics learning because Sammy has redeemed Khan Academy physics. So yeah, we're going to redo this again because there's aspects of it that I need to get drilled into my head. Right? So let's go through this. I'm going to reread this. We read this earlier today, but I've now had 2 coffees. Let's learn this. Yeah. It's not terribly feasible. The Whisper API for speech recognition is like 1 gig for a decent model. Then you need a separate LLM running to respond to the speech input. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it's like, you could do it with like a web, like an API call to a TTS sort of thing. But then you've got like server costs and stuff for running that you need to pay for. But at the same time, if you create a game that does that, it'd be like, a 20 gig game. If it's like a small 2D game, then that would probably blow the game out to like 20 gig if you had that being installed with it. So it'd probably be better to do that via a web API call, like an API call or something. But yeah, like we won't worry about it. When analyzing motion in physics, we often interested in relationships between the following variables: the initial position, initial velocity, constant acceleration, time interval duration. So acceleration is the difference in position over time, which is the change in velocity over 2, right? Kinematic equation tells us how these variables right in a single dimension. So the final velocity equals the initial velocity plus the acceleration multiplied by time. So that's what the final velocity is. So if we're looking for velocity, we need the initial velocity plus acceleration multiplied by time. Already adapted Whisper to working for speech recognition controlled game. I really like the LLM to interpret intent and generate responses from NPCs. But I can't find a good LLM solution for this. Yeah. So the final position is the initial position plus the initial velocity times time plus half acceleration times time squared multiplied by time squared. So that's if you want to find the position. That's if you want to find the final velocity. Velocity squared. Velocity squared is acceleration, correct? So that's the initial velocity squared plus 2 times the acceleration multiplied by the difference in position, the change in position. Can equation are only accurate if acceleration is constant during the time interval considered. So we can only use time when the acceleration is not changing. So we can only use them when the acceleration is not changing. The fourth equation can be useful when acceleration is known to be constant, but its value is unknown. The equation can be derived by combining 2 equations for average velocity. Average velocity is defined as displacement divided by time, during which the displacement occurred, which is displacement over time. That's the average velocity. And when acceleration is constant, average velocity for an interval of time is the average of the initial and final velocities of that interval, which, since both expressions equal the average velocity, they must also equal each other. So if we have a look, each of the 4 kinematic equations above are missing one of the kinematic variables. So this one here is for acceleration. So we use that when we want to find acceleration only if acceleration is constant. This is missing position. This is missing x. So do we use this to... Like, I would assume that the fact that the final velocity is on the left side, this is used to determine the final velocity. This is used to determine the final position, and this is used to determine the final velocity squared. But since this is missing time, is the right equation for a problem, you'll need an equation that includes the variable you're asked to find out. The other variables in the equation should be values that you are given or can figure out. Okay, so an equation that includes the variable you're asked to find. So yeah, we wouldn't use this to find the final position because it doesn't include the final position. We wouldn't use this to find the final velocity because it doesn't include the final velocity. And we wouldn't use this to find the time because it doesn't include the time. And then this one doesn't include acceleration, but we use that to find out the acceleration. Oh no, that's for the average velocity. That's for the average velocity. All right. All right, so what was this? It was what was it? We were looking for the new velocity, which would be the velocity of x squared, which is the initial position, which is x null, plus the initial velocity, squared, plus 2 acceleration x difference in x. That's the equation. Which is 0 plus 23.4 meters a second squared two times negative 3.2 50.2. That's meters a second. So we've got your squared as well. So you have the square root of 23.4 ms. 2 times negative 3.2 ms squared (50.2). Which would be Can you believe I don't have a calculator app? Can you believe that? Square root of 23.4 squared plus Desmos's calculator app, everyone has. 2 times negative 3.2 squared 50.2. Why won't you let me put 2 in there? Or put the decimal? Error, apparently. Alright, so if we have the square root of 23.4 squared, I said plot. Fucking hell. How can you not figure out that that's 23.4? Come on. I don't need a graphing calculator. I just need calculator. Man, now I've got to turn this off and that becomes bright. 23.4 squared plus 2 times negative 3.2 squared saying it's undefined. Because we know that's 23.4. Put it directly into your search engine. That's not going to work, though. I swear that's the correct 23.4. Like, we need to take the square root of it, because then the final velocity like we end up with Vx of 23.4 plus whatever that square root is. So if we just go 2 times negative 3.2 squared 50.2, we have that. And if we go square, square root negative 1028 points. Of course, because it's negative. Yeah. That's why. So we'd want that to be square root of that. But if we have square root of 23.4 squared plus the negative of that, notice how that doesn't work out. The answer is supposed to be 15. See what I mean? Friends, maybe? I don't think so. We do 23.4 squared. Then we're adding 2. As soon as I put the negative in here, see what I mean? Unless we do that. That comes out as 39.69. Because that's squared inside the brackets. And that's squared outside the brackets. But the second I move that into here, it's undefined. So what do we have incorrect? Can I just let's do square root of 2 multiplied by u multiplied by square root of 50.2. I don't get it. I plug this into a calculator, the 23.4 squared plus 2 minus 3.2 squared, 50.2, all square root, and it says it's undefined. So how am I supposed to input this into a calculator? Random, if you're still there, can you explain that? I tried that. We're trying to plug this into a calculator because we worked it out to get that. But now, if we plug this into a calculator, it's 23.4 squared plus 2 times negative 3.2 squared and 50.2, it tells us that it's undefined. If I take this and put it out here, it tells us that it's 39.69. We have a squared that shouldn't be there. But it is a squared value. Like, how... I know we'll end up with 23.4 plus the square root of 2 multiplied by 3.2 multiplied by the square root of 50.2. Negative 3.2. But why is it only negative 3.2? It says right here that it's very clearly negative 3.2 meters per second squared. Because it's the acceleration. The square there is on the units of seconds because it's meters per second squared. Not the square of 3.2. Right. Right. So if it's squared on the unit, but if it was outside the parentheses, then it would be squared on the value. I dislike that. I feel like here they should just drop the values. They should just drop the units here. Because that's confusing AF. You ever think about how to a cannibal everyone is a pinata? Not a pinata, just a steak. Alright, I dislike that. I dislike that. So it's actually that. I put units in square brackets so they know the difference. Yeah, that was very not cool of them to do that. But yeah, we know. Yeah. So we did have the correct equation. It's just the units threw us off. Yeah. Units threw us off. Okay. Yeah, the units threw us off for that random. Speeds up at that over a constant time of that. So we know time. We know their initial velocity. We know their final velocity. We want to know how far they traveled. To be that. So, if we do what we want, x, which is going to be the initial velocity, plus, the initial position, which we don't have. The initial position should just be 0. We have the velocity of x naught by time plus a half of the acceleration t squared. And jail sucks. It does suck. It really does suck. This is why I have Amazon Prime. That ends up being 0. The initial velocity of 6.2 times. Is that going to be 3.3? Or is that just going to be 0? Because it's the starting time, and that would be the end time squared. I'll try it this way first. But we know that it speeds up to that. Oh, hang on, no. No, that's not the correct thing. We need the displacement of x over time, which is the final velocity. No, the initial velocity. Plus final velocity over 2. That's what we need. So we're looking for delta x, which means we end up with v0 Now, somehow this ends up being I know that's incorrect. I know that it ends up being something like v0 plus a half v t or some shit like that. It ends up being something weird like that. And then, like, you've got a t there as well. I don't understand how that loses its half. Or how it loses its, divide by 2.
Did you carry the 1?
I didn't. The 1 was too heavy. Because if we're multiplying both sides by t, t should just be over here, right? Like t should literally just be out over here. Because we're multiplying this by t. X0, D0. Yeah, like t here is delta t. X0 plus V0 over delta t plus 1/2 acceleration times delta t squared. But that's the thing, like, we don't know it has a constant acceleration, like, we know that. But, like, the thing I don't get is if we have a look here, they solve it out to this. Okay, no, so they do just have it as that. So they do just have it as what I was saying. It was V0, V2, T plus X0. Which means I need to actually change this because it needs to be X minus X0. Needs to be that. Which that works out to be delta X. But we don't care about that. Like, we want to keep it as that so that we can multiply it by t and get the X0 over there. And then we plug in the initial, which is 6.2. We add the final, which is 23.1. Divide that by 2. Then we multiply by 3.3. And we add 0, so we can just drop that off because we don't care about that. Then, so that's going to be 29.3 over 2. What's 29.3 over 2? It's going to be 13.15, right? No. 14.5 is half of 29. So 14.65 multiplied by 3.3 We have 30. Yeah, plug that into a calculator. Um, 14.65 by 3.3. 48.35. 345. Yeah. Oh, there. God damn it. It's too many hotkeys to remember now as well. Yeah. So yeah, my mistake was at the start doing this and not having that. That was my mistake at the start because I was like, well, because I thought they were going down the route of what was it? Oh, they were going down the route of this thing. But yeah, I threw myself off with that one. Yeah. Oh well. All things that are annoying hidden in notation of the algebra versions and what they mean. It can be challenging without instruction to realize that x0 is the offset from the origin at time 0 and x is the actual displacement. I know that. I know that x0 is the initial position and x is the final position. I know that. And then the displacement would be the final position minus the initial position. I know that. That's easy. The part that trips me up is the fact that at this point in time, when you take into account trigonometry functions and stuff like that as well, in math you end up needing to know like 150 different equations, and then not only knowing those equations but remembering which equation to use when. So like in this instance, there's 4 different equations, and then based on what you're doing, you need to rework the equation in a certain way in order to get you the answer you need. And if you don't rework it in the correct way, you don't get the right answer. It's like that's the part that keeps tripping me up. Why does this not like notification? Not much any declaration dialogue. This is what we want. Anyway, moving on. So we have notification. So animation player has notification. But if I have a look in here for notification, we go into here. So there is a function, void notification. Okay, and then if we have a look at bind methods in here as well, this doesn't do anything in terms of notification because the parent's already done that, right? Actually, how would that work? Because this doesn't call the parent bind methods. It just overrides it completely. Right? So in here, we do need to set up a... I think it needs to be public. Notification int. Wrong one. Dialogue. And then we also need a bind methods as well. Can initialize return of object void pointer dialogue. How have we done the bind methods previously? Oh, bind methods is it's already built in. So in here we can just do dialogue bind methods. And that's where we'll put our logic for that. Right. What is bind methods? Oh, is that only for nodes? Yeah, that's only for nodes. All right, that's smart. I don't need a bind methods for this. Cool. So with our notification, what is the notification for translation? Let's see. How can I get the notification values? I want to know what the notification enums are. I can't handle them if you don't tell me what the different values could be. um, so what if we have globals, global scope, enumerations,
there's nothing in here about what the notifications are. Oh my god. Why? Okay. So there's no one location for them. There are these ones, and these are probably going to be the better. So in here, there should be one for translation or localization, hopefully. No. Let's see if we can find it. If P what is notification that one. What's the difference between main loop notification translation changed? What's the difference between that and node notification translation change? Am I able to get a notification for translation changed on a resource? I think that's probably the better question. I feel like we don't need that. Instead of having the audio here, I think what I would need to do is in the constructor, we want to get current localization. And then what colors can Hypno be changed to? Any color you want. You can provide a hex value. You can provide a hex value, or if you have a look at the redeem, there's actually a list of predefined values in there. Yeah. I have many colors I can be changed to. So if we have get current localization, load audio file for translation key. I could have it. Ow. I could give it an array, like a dictionary, where it maps translation key to audio file. Maybe. But that would take up a lot for all the resources. I suppose they're not all going to be loaded in memory, though. Actually, they would be. That's the other thing I need to consider for this. We load up a... void localization changed. So if we had a localization changed, we go how's hex code work? Does one just enter the code, or does it need a symbol first? So you got to have the hash at the start. I think. I'm pretty sure you need the hash at the start. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. So I don't want to load the audio file when it plays. I want to have it loaded, ready to go. I guess I can load it. Audio stream Ogborbus. The get audio. Then I would need that to load a resource. Coco. You made me Coco. Do I look like Coco? Actually, no, that needs an A. That needs an A in there to make me look like Coco. Um, do we not have access to the Interesting. So I'll need to do... Loader load. I guess I could just do this as an audio stream. You'd have to be a ref. And then this... we would want to do... would declare it's constant in here. But then every instance of this is going to have it. What's up, Gar? How you doing? Because like everything would then have this. I wouldn't want all of it to, I wouldn't want it to all have that, but if I have it inside that function, it's going to have it there anyway, because it needs to save the space somehow. We'll do it as a const here. Audio path, which is going to be resources. Contemplating how to implement an automatic audio player into my D&D stuff so that I don't forget to change the music when the players change location. One way you could automate that, you could have like something attached to your brain that when it detects that the players have changed location, it triggers some sort of like something to collide with a button that causes the button to then be pressed, causing the music to change. You could set something like that up. Yeah. So sort of like eyes and a finger. Yeah. So your eyes detect the location change and your finger hits the change music button. Yeah. Hey, it's automated. So this would be assets, audio, dialogue. And then there's going to be a key and a key. So translation and key. It's not, I have to think about it. Not if you train yourself to make it kind of subconscious. get distracted, maybe I'll just make maps for everything. And whenever I change maps, I'll have a mental cue to change music. If you train yourself to do that, yeah, that'll work. All right, so audio path. What am I going to have for lunch today? I could do that for lunch. Oh, I'm going to do that for lunch. Yep. I know what I'm doing for lunch. Also, sorry I missed your message, K-Cog, but hello, how you doing? Tacos, Joe. No, I'm probably just going to get pizza. Because the pizza places in my area, I can generally get like 50% off or a buy one, get one free sort of thing. Which means I can get a pizza for today and then I can put the other pizza in the fridge and have that tomorrow. What kind of pizza? Pineapple and pepperoni? Better. It's chicken, capsicum, red onion, mushroom, pineapple with a barbecue sauce as the base. Yeah. Oh. Delicious. Lost me at the onion and mushroom. Ah, so you don't know how to have a good pizza. Say again, please. Chicken, capsicum, pineapple, red onion, mushroom with a barbecue sauce base, not a tomato sauce base. Yep. It's freaking amazing. You got the sweet, you got the salty, all mixing together perfectly. Ow. So how can I, like, what are the parameters? So if I just do that, I just do that. Bam. Then over here, we do how does it not have that? Audio path. What the flippity flop are you flacking on about? I would like it sans the onion and mushroom, not my cup of tea. That's fine. I personally go onion, pineapple, ham, banana peppers with barbecue sauce. Chicken would be a good addition to that, though. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, it's tasty. It's great. Also, you don't bother getting deep pan in Australia because deep pan basically means that the base goes from that to that. It's like, it basically just seems like a regular fucking pizza base. There's no point in it. No point. audio path. Formats. So it does have a format method. And as the values. And then for each value, it's replacing the placeholder underscore with key. Placeholder replace underscore with key. Oh, I see. Yep. So it replaces underscore with key in the array. But then the value is the second part of the array. Key val. Oh, if the first value in the array is an array, then we do that. Otherwise, if placeholder contains the underscore, we replace that. Otherwise, okay, I see what they're doing. I see what they're doing. So we could have the values as an array. And this would just be that. Yeah. That's robbery for deep dish, or is deep pan different? I don't know. I don't think it's deep dish. I think deep pan just refers to like the thickness of the base. You know, so you have like a thin and crispy base. And then you got a regular base, and then you got like a deep dish, like a deep pan base. But it's horrible. Path parts. What we need to do is we need to create a typed array of string, which will be a path parts. We go path parts, append and subtitle key. This path parts here, we need to get the current localization. It's going to default to EN. We're going to reference path parts. No, we do that. We just pass it in. That's all right. And then we can do that. So that'll load the audio and it will return the audio stream. But if it fails to return the audio, it returns a ref resource, but just an empty reference. So that's good. So I can put something in when we're getting to set this up. What ID is this? It looks like C-Line. I'm using NeoVim. NeoVim with the lazy Vim kind of setup. And I've just customized some colors. That's it. I'll turn Dark Reader back on that side. Yeah. Teal! I'm now teal again. I'm going to have some old faces pop back up in the old, in my new overlay. So the new overlay is going to have some... What the hell is that? Rez? I don't know what that is. So you'll notice we're going to have our old demon back. Our old demon. We're going to have Chairleen make a return. The Witch is going to make a return. Ed, in his original form, will make a return. Same with Colty. Colty will also make a return. So... yeah. Yeah. Looking forward to it. Oh, goddamn pop. Okay, so that will return the audio stream. And then our UI that we set up to handle the audio, to handle the dialogue, will display the subtitle and play the audio if audio is returned. If audio is not returned, then it just displays the subtitle. But I'm going to have unit tests to make sure that all the audio is configured. For instance, I can set up like a script that loops over all of the keys in the dialogue, like subtitle CSV, and make sure that that key, like that there's a file name for that key inside each of the folder, like language folders. I do really wonder how long it's going to take people to get this secret word. It's kind of funny. I'm entertained at how long it's taking. the structure one. Yeah. So the 3 hints are it's 6 letters. It's more commonly used when talking about structures or structuring things. And structures that have this feature can be as strong or stronger than other structures. So if we do subtitle CSV, actually I'll go subtitles. Go menus. I'm trying to avoid having anything in the HUD. I don't want the HUD to display anything. Um, 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 frames. It's gonna be frames. I know in my bones that the secret word is frames. You gotta have someone guess it. Gotta have someone guess it to find out if that's right. Too bad you're out of guesses there, Sammy, because then you could guess it and find out if you're right. Now this is gonna be comedy. Ha! You're wrong, Cavino. It's not frames. Ah, that was good. That was good. Ah. Cement? No. It's gonna be layers. It's kind of like the third hint does kind of send you in the it does that the third hint sends you down the wrong path if you don't think about it correctly. Because this is just a feature, like it's a, as I said, structures that have this feature. Yeah. So it could be a feature of how the structure's been put together. Yeah. But the hint does send people down the wrong path if they think about it in a literal sense. Method? That's a bit too broad. There's a hint. There's 3 hints. It's 6 letters. The word is more commonly used when talking about structures or structuring things. And structures that have this feature, or probably structures that implement this feature, can be as strong or stronger than other structures, or than structures made without this feature. I want to give you another hint. Design, repair. I want to give you another hint, but I don't know. Okay. Interesting, gets the brain baking. 5 letters too short, yeah. I really just want to tell you. You can spill the beans and then change the secret word if you want. No, I want someone to guess it. Braces. I think that's correct. Layers. Rebars. No. No. I'll give you another hint. The word has appeared on your screen today. Yeah. I'm going to come back to that later. Window? No. No. We got ads. It's time for words on stream. Rome. Rome. Error. Oh, you might have given it away there, Silver. Rarer. Morer. Armor. Oh, raw. Duh. Roma. Re-Rome. No. Roarer. I got a word? Okay, never mind. Um, Mamo. Oh, arrow. Arrow. No. Nice. Next level. Let's do it. Let's crush it, shall we? Gonna destroy this. Meld. Meld. Middle, mile, deli. Oh. Lied. That's an even better word. Limed. Idled. Nice. Nicely done, Razor. Dime. Lime. That's my word, Slady. That's my word. um. Dial is with an A, isn't it? Not demi. Got deli. Died. Okay. Okay. Dimmel. Idem. Perfect. All right. Let's do another. We've got momentum. We've got momentum now. So we have to keep crushing it. Digital. J is fake. Yeah, Desist is very good at this. Ow. Legit. Oh, dial's already there. Come on, we don't have the correct spelling of jail. I. God damn. That one, those last three were difficult. Those last three words sucked. All right, again. I want to see how far we can get. I is fake. I is fake. Um, Context. Context. Oxen. Cone. Nice, nice. Damn. I was hoping to get that in before the time. Toten. Trying to type word while in a meeting. I'm not paying enough attention. Alright, level 13. Come on, we need to get another perfect. We need to get another perfect to project us up to level 18. Alright. We have a hidden letter this time. Taste. Okay. Tesseract. Tease isn't there. Test. Zest. Someone guess zest so we can see if it's one of the A's or the Z. Okay, so the Z is fake. State. I is hidden. I is hidden. Oh my god. my brain shut down there. Well, level 13. Not bad. Not bad. You suck at this, Silver. I think we all suck at this. Show us the final score. Alright. Final scores. There you go. Sammy on 35 tied third. There's man who is scoring double the next highest score. Not double, just 21. Desist scored double the next highest. I scored triple third. Not my fault you all suck. How rude. Well, be better and then I won't have to be rude. Alright? Desist is the only one that did well apart from me. Jesus. Skill issue, exactly, Desist. Alright, so we have this loading the audio and returning it out. I need to set up a set subtitle key. String get subtitle key. And set responses. Typed array of responses. This needs to be a ref. Responses. I even know that I'm American, so I'm operating at a disadvantage. Third pace is basically first in America. Don't say America like that, guy. Yeah, it's not America, it's Merca. Merca. Alright, so we do that. I say it how I want, you ain't the boss of me. I mean, I'm not the boss of you, but still, I'm going to tell you what to do, whether you like it or not. Okie dokie, 1.5 years. Frickin' damn. Twitch is forcing me to say this. Forcing you to say it. And how many moderator actions have you taken in that 18 months, Oki? I feel it's going to be somewhere in the vicinity of 0. 1. Whoa. Yeah, I work my mods hard. You know, this is exactly why my mods get paid the big bucks. Wait, 0. I read the wrong thing. Beautiful. Beautiful. That is just so perfect. No games walked Okie Dokie before with a recent test warning. Okie acknowledged it. That is the best thing I've ever seen. Like, that is the best. The best warning that's ever existed. Oops. Get dialogue. Alright, so we need to bind those. Do people actually get warned here, though? No, not really. I mean, unless you're being a real big cunt. No. It's...
Anyways, I'm excited to watch Reacher Season 4. Well, I'm not excited. I just don't have anything else to watch.
Oh, wait! When does that come out again? It's tomorrow, isn't it? Or 2 days or something. August 12th! Yes! 2 days. It's the 11th. Oh, nice. That's my day off too. Yes. Yes. I need to get into Ted Lasso. No days off, only work. I mean, the next, like, tomorrow and Thursday, I'm gonna be rearranging my entire living room so that I can have a better streaming setup. More space. Make it so that when I bump the table, it doesn't shake the camera. You know? Have my, like, hope. Maybe I can get it set up for that to be the streaming PC. Maybe finish off the new overlay so that it's at a point that all the stuff that we currently have and a little bit more stuff are in the new overlay. But I'm currently setting it up. I'm currently setting up the TTS characters so that I can add TTS characters while it's running, and I don't need to do a whole new build. So I just like give it a sprite sheet and it
Does
creates
Scamazon release it all at once?
frames. Does Scamazon release it all at once? That's a good question. I think they do. They might not, though. Premiere. Jeez, they don't even have season 4 listed up here yet. So if they do what they did with the last season, so you can see how like episode 1, 2, and 3 all released at once, and then episode 4 was like a week later, and then they like did it weekly. Yeah. So they'll probably do that again, where they release like the first 3 episodes at once, and then they do it on like a weekly basis. So. DB. Bind method. Method info. I think that's what we need, right? I think it's method info. If I'm remembering correctly. Bind method. D method.
I have an inside source. EP1, 2, 3 is the 12th, EP3 19th, EP the 5th of August 26, 8 episoded total.
Oh, what up, Almic? How you doing? I have an inside source. Episode 1, 2, and 3 is the 12th. Episode 3 is the 19th. That already doesn't make sense. Episode 5 is 26th. 8 episodes total. That you've listed 5 episodes, and one of those was repeating episode 3. I'm grateful. Keep telling yourself that. What's the inside source AI? With dates like that and counting like that, it's so good you'll watch it again. The name is Get or Set. Fuck, it was Set something. And then this is going to be a reference. Set responses. That's it. Set responses. Responses. Ooh, actually, that's what I'm going to do right now.
Howdy.
Howdy, hey. Ooh, my order has been shipped. Woot woot. Woot woot. Let's see if I can view the tracking details. Apparently not. There we go. The latest is pending. So I might get this, I might actually get this Raspberry Pi 5 and all that stuff over the next couple of days too. And then we might be able to set up a AI bits and pieces. I have the Google TV app and it tells me the episode count and release dates. Fair. Fair. I don't have a TV.
Are you one of those people who refreshes the tracking link 100 times a day?
No. No. I'll usually check it every morning until it updates to say what the estimated day is. Because that way I'll know. Like, you know, I'll wake up in the morning and be like, oh, it's arriving today, or oh, it's going to be here in 3 days, sort of thing. We need bind method. D method. D method. Oh, of course, because this doesn't, yeah. Yeah, because it's how can I have a resource with export variables? I think if I just make them public, doesn't that um ow. What the hell? Give me a static function. Only for
What flavor pie did
only
you order?
for nodes. What flavor pie did you order? I haven't ordered a pie. Not yet. Not yet. So these are resources. So because they're resources, they don't have a bind method. But if I look at something like audio stream player, if I look at this, what it does. Oh no, audio stream player is a node. Hang on. That is a node. It's a resource, a texture. A texture rect, for example. A texture rect has a public texture field that you can put things on. So it has like set texture and get texture. But if we have a look in the C++, texture
You
rect
haven't
is
seen Ted
also a
Lasso.
fucking node.
I
Hang on.
think it's pretty okay. Feel good stuff. Have you seen Silo TV show?
I've not seen Silo, no. No. Let me have a look. I go new resource, animation. Something more simple though. Image, gradient. Theme, tile set. Yeah. Yeah, but I want something that I know that has like export variables and stuff. I know environment has a ton of them. I know environment has an absolute ton of them. Here we are. So all of this stuff is used in the UI. How do they expose them in the editor? That's the main thing. Validate property. Is it a static void? It is a static void. Duh. Because before, I had it as just bind method before. It needs to be little, right? I didn't have it set as static before, and that's why it threw an error saying that it didn't know what the hell I was talking about. Yeah. Thank you, Almec. So what we need here is set responses. Oh, whoops. This one is going to be P responses. Set responses, get rid of that. What the fuck's your issue? Typed array ref dialog responses. Fuck's sake. If it's not one thing, it's another thing. Why does Class DB give a shit about that? I mean, the other thing I need to do is also have those put back. There we go. Get responses. All right. Copy those. Needs to be subtitle key, doesn't it? Yep. I should really just do a replace, but whatever. Subtitle key. Oh, yeah, I was going to order lunch, wasn't I? All right, so if we have that, and then we also do a what else was there? Add property. Add property for responses. Set responses. get responses. Typed array ref dialog response. That. Now, if I get rid of that, notice do that'll hopefully prevent some other stuff from popping up. That needs to be property info. I need variance objects. That needs to be the string. That's right. Yeah. Variant array. These need to be strings. All right, there we go. Thanks for the shout out, Bullion. Shout him out back, see if I can break their system. All right, so we have those set up. Here's a question for you, Almic, since you're very knowledgeable with this stuff. If I'm doing an add property here of responses and subtitle key, do I also need a variable here of the same name? I assume I do, because I assume this is only for the editor and displays it as whatever we have here as the name. And whenever we set something in there, it calls that sets function and we store it here. I'm assuming that's what it needs to do. Yeah, it just creates the obj property and applies the set again, like I said. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Cool. It's a convenience thing? Yeah. Shivers up the spine. I need to do something about lunch right now. Give me a minute. That's a good deal. Damn, that's a good deal. um Question is, do I go Supreme or do I go Peri Peri Chicken? Let's go Supreme. Nice. Very, very nice. 2 large pizzas. 2 large pizzas for $26.84, and then you add like the service fee of $3.22. 2 large pizzas for $30.06 AU, which would be something like $20 US. Sweet. A beautiful. A beautiful. That's a beautiful. All right, so we have those set up. I don't need to get audio streams. Is there anything else we need here? We need to relate it to... How are we going to relate this stuff? God damn it. God damn it. I'm calling them Ripsonses from now on. Ripsonses. That way when I type them incorrectly, it doesn't matter. Because they're just Ripsonses. I make exactly the same typo constantly. It's just it's how I type. It's how I type because I'll hit RE, and as I go to hit S, I'm already hitting P. But because of how fast I'm typing, it doesn't interfere with my flow. Yeah. Moving too fast for the keyboard. We're too good at typing. How are we relating the dialogue to an NPC? How are we saying this dialogue belongs to this NPC? I guess I can do that external to this. Because what I want to do is like this dialogue and the dialogue responses, that'll just create the chain of dialogue for that thing that happens. And then I want to create an event system in which one of the events is a dialogue trigger. And when that event goes off, like that will have an event structure, which will say, like, it'll have a reference to a dialogue, and it will have a reference to a character, or it will have like a dictionary of like, you know, character and... Or it'll have an array of dictionaries, and inside the dictionary, it'll have a reference to the character, and it'll have a reference to the dialogue. And it'll have an array of that, so when one finishes... No. That's not going to work. Alright. I need to BRB for a minute. I'll give you this. We'll think about this when I get back. Alright? BRB. All right, I'm back. There we are. Um, they all have R in them. I don't know. No idea. All right. So how are we relating the dialogues to characters? So like when the player triggers like when there's a dialogue happening, want the characters, like the NPCs, I want them to be doing stuff. So like I want the robots to have like a little mouth thing that like a audio visualizer go off for the audio. Or their eyes get brighter while they're talking or something. And then obviously the human NPC, I would need to figure out some sort of lip tracking stuff, some lip sync type stuff for the audio. But they would need to know what audio it is. So how, when the player walks up to them and interacts with them to start a dialogue, how would we want that to, like, we have the NPC that they're talking to, and we have the player that would have a response. But then if the response causes the other, like another NPC to say something, the event would control the player to look at that NPC and maybe zoom a bit. Fallout style. And then that NPC says their thing. So the event would have a reference to them. G'day, Cam. How you doing? How goes the Americans? Oh, Domino's on their way already. Shit. All right. Can't hear stream as you're at the camp. Well, turn the stream up. Okay. I'm just here for my watch streak. Good. Good. Everyone should be here for their watch streak. How are we getting this to connect and relate? Ow. I would never say that, Cam. I will type that out so that you know I would never say it. Good stuff. The pizza be on its way. So if we have the event that triggers the dialogue, and the event goes off, has a reference to who we've interacted with or who's starting speaking or the people involved in the conversation. And then I would need an order of who speaks and what their dialogue is. But if there's responses, that could branch it and break that'll branch and break that structure. So we can't do that. Do I set it up as like giving it a UID? Like the UUID of the character? No, that would be terrible. That would be horrible. Oh, look at that color. Um, I don't know. No, not P responses, just responses. This is a real head scratcher, this one. I think we might need to bring up our drawing aid. And kicks it off based on a player interaction or the player walking somewhere or something like that. It just needs to kick off the dialogue. That's it. And then the dialogue manager would like the dialogue UI, like node, the dialogue manager node. Yeah, I don't know how I would set it up. I don't know how I can relate this to the NPCs without having it like hard linked. No. The hell just happened? The order was not completed. What? Ads coming in. Give me 2 seconds. I need to go figure out what's going on with this order. BRB. All right, I'm back. Let's see how well we can do while I chow down. You're bad spelling. Oh, nice. Desist, crushing it on 177. Gosh damn. You gotta wait until the padlock's gone, Gar. I don't know what that means. There's padlocks here next to our names. When it goes past this padlock here, we're now unlocked and we can put in another word. Nice. Where I got curl. Me and Gar are coming for you, Desist. We're gonna beat ya. Well, my message failed to send. My message in my own chat failed to send. I think L is fake. Hmm. Nice. L is fake. Um. Damn, that L really threw us. No idea what the one word was. Neither do I. Income missing a C and a something. Desist over 200. Over 200. Damn. Oh, damn. Now this is a place that knows exactly how to do a pizza. The Supreme. Um I'm out of words. Very nice, desist. Fine, Gar, you want to take the word I was gonna guess. I will take tans. Um Tuna. Okay, a word starting with well, there we go. Never mind. Don't apologize, desist. You got us a perfect. Um. Hmm. O is no. It could be O or actually no, it's O. O's fake. Um. Airing. Duh. Racing. Just swap the first three letters around and you get all three big words. Hmm. Narc. N-A-R-C. Narc. Hmm. Dangio bested us that time. Damn, Dangio. Hmm. Yep. HB fake. Recent. Hmm. Don't know what the last word is. Beat you to it. Alright. This will be our last one. And then I'll be back. Hmm. A is hidden, Q is fake. Hmm. Damn, we're doing good. So this is how well we do when Sammy isn't here. Rage. Oh, nice. Pause that. Pop back over here. Pop that back on. I did not just eat an entire pizza. And I am not still hungry. Despite what you may think by the fact that I have a second pizza in the fridge and I am very much wanting to go get it and eat it. Feel like I can smell pizza right now. I'm very hungry, need food. Well, sorry to make you feel even more hungry, but okay, so how were we getting these dialogues and their responses to relate to NPCs? Um, what would it be? We would have an event manager. Are you going to have multiplayer? Not in this game, no. No, this game's very much a single player experience. So what I'm thinking, we have our event system. So we have our dialogue manager. So the dialogue manager gets the dialogue and returns the dialogue. You get responses and return responses. Over here, we have audio files. Um, get audio. Return audio. Get responses. Return responses. Um, Quest dialogue. Return dialogue. Give dialogue audio. Oops. Oops. Response selected. No. Those aren't needed. That's not needed. Um, Give dialogue and responses. Display dialogue, subtitles, and response options. Player selected response. So that's the general idea. Like obviously it's high level, but the main thing that we need to figure out is this stuff here. How does this dialogue manager know which NPC the dialogue is for, or if the dialogue is for the player? Should I set up a map saying that have like a string key, like a character name, and then have that map to like when the dialogue manager starts up at this, like when you say start game or continue game or something like that, create the dialogue manager. But no. I mean, yes and no. If I did it that way, it could have a reference to the NPCs. And then I would need to script events and say when this event triggers, we move the NPCs from wherever their generic spot is. Put them behind a door. The door opens, the NPC walks in and says something, like starts dialogue with the player. Hmm. Because that way we can set up the dialogue to have a key, which would be its character. And then when the dialogue manager is given a dialogue, it they have a good sleep desist. Have a nice snoozle. So if we do that, And when it's finished, I would need something that leaves them in that. So that's the thing. Do I leave them in their generic area, which would be in this case it would be up here. This would be their generic area. I had to set up the there we go. So we have this set up. The NPCs would normally be hanging out in here. But if the NPCs go elsewhere, because I would want a similar sort of, I would want a smaller observation area. So like have a smaller observation area, like back here, that's just like 2 meters deep or something. And it's just like they're observing from up there, sort of thing. Like they're always watching. So like enter there. We could have it that whenever the door to that area opens, that room loads the NPCs in to that spot, like loads them in up in that observation room, like moves them there. Yeah, so we could do it that way. So that way we only ever have one NPC at a time. Like we only have one instance of each NPC, rather than, I suppose, if I script the event to have a specific dialogue resource as the starting dialogue, yeah. So that event would know what NPCs to spawn, and then the event can take care of telling. That's what we're missing. Um, I want to rotate it. Event manager. All right, so we do that. I get rid of this. No, that wouldn't work. I don't like that setup. I don't like that setup. How can we do this? We need multiple systems working together. That's what we need. Hmm. Let's see. There's no save that I need to set up, right? It should already be taken care of, the save. But yeah. How would we set up this dialogue system? So something triggers an event, and that event triggers dialogue. I don't want the event to I don't want the event to we don't want the event to spawn NPCs because if the event is happening in the general area where the NPCs already exist, then you would end up with duplicate NPCs. Something about this. I feel like we're overcomplicating it. Um, all right. Maybe we need to keep them split. Oh no, we can't keep them split because then I can't have the dialogue. I can't have the dialogue work with like the lip syncing and stuff like that. Because the NPC like this would have an audio stream player. Specifically for the audio. Add bus be SFX dialogue. Did I say we were going to have for that? Music SFX dialogue interface. Okay. Interface. You would be through dialogue. That'll be a dialogue player. Okay. All right, so if we have that, Um, what if there has to be a connection between them? There has to be a connection between the dialogue and who's speaking. So if I set up an event system, when an event happens, it triggers when the event happens. It triggers the first dialogue. When a response is selected, dialogue spot response references a dialogue. That can go to the event system, and the event system. So if I do that, that wouldn't work either. I mean, it's closer. Basically, the event manager kicks off an event, and the event goes, all right, this player has this dialogue. And then after that, like once that dialogue's played for that character, the player could select a response. And then that response would need no, that wouldn't be it. Every way I think of it, there's every way I think of it, there is like there has to be a link between the character and the dialogue. But these would just be resources. So it's not like there's going to be something in the scene where I can just like drag and drop them on. What if I could do it simply like that, but that's not going to scale for future projects. And then we'd have like player, doctor, I don't know. What's a good robot name? All I can think of is like Alexa or Sam, but those are taken. Um, what's actually let's we had female and male robot, like the voices of female and male, and we have a similar name for each. So we could have like Simon and Simone. How the hell do you spell Simone? Double N-E at the end of Simon? Yeah. There we are. But obviously that's not going to scale. If we make a game in the future that has 20 or like that has like 100 characters that each have dialogue, that's not going to work because that's specific to the game we're making now. That's difficult. I don't know. Ads coming in anyway. Rocking horse. Yep. Horse. Smart. Horseshoe. Horseshoe. The shoe. Shine. God damn it. Shoe. Stoop. I don't know. Shoestring. Shoestring. String bee. String bee, Slatey. String bee. String before. String bound. String bean. Oh, that's a good one. Nicely done. Bean something. Something top. Bean carrot. Carrot top. Bean. Coffee top? No. Bean Coke top? Bean core top? Bean counter. Nice. Very nice. We got lemon, lime, L. Lime lemon. Limelight. Lighthouse. Lemon. House. Car. Chair. Prop. Corner. Chop. Oh my god. Something. House clean. No. No, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. House cleaner. House closet. House clutter. No. House cleanup. House CA. CA. House call. Oh, damn. House cat. House cat. House cat. Cat something. Something way. Cat wrong. Wrong way. Cat way. Way. Cat. Cat whisker. Whisk away. I don't know. What the fuck is this? W-A. Cat way. Cat wall. Cat walk. Walkway. Oh my god. That's so obvious. I'll do one more. What? Snow. Snowfall. Snowfall, right? Apparently it's not snowfall. Snow flow. Snow flower. Snow flame. Snow flat. Snowflake. Fuck. Jeez. Snowflake. Snowflake. Duh. Snowflake. Flake. O. Flake. O. Flake. Obake. Flake off. Flake out. Flake open. Flake orange. Flake orangutan. Flake over. Flake outer. Flake oven. Flake omen. Flake oops. It's gotta be flake out, right? Flake out. Alright, flake out. Out sea. Out sea. Out camping. Out crimp. Out cold. Out cold. Cold shake. Shit. Shoulder. Yep. Cold shoulder. I think cold shit is worse than cold shoulder. Shoulder. Pa. Shoulder punch. Punch lock. Shoulder pad. Ah. You're too good at this, lady. You are too good at this. Just a genius on all the levels. There's the pops. Okay. Orange now. Nothing better to do other than work. And who wants to do that? True. You can help us figure out how we're going to do this dialogue manager stuff. Because I want it to be reusable. what I could do is leave these as they are, and then I extend them. I extend them in the game to have like a game dialogue and a game dialogue response. And that has the enum of the characters. No, but then again, we're in the same situation where that enum structure doesn't work for future games. I know there is Slatey, but I don't want to use third-party plugins for this stuff. We had this discussion earlier. I could, if I wanted to, make this game just by using 15 to 20 asset library stuff from Godot's asset library. But at that point, if Godot releases Godot 5 while I'm building this game, I wouldn't be able to upgrade to Godot 5 until all of those third-party packages that we're using upgrade to support Godot 5. So... There's many ways to go about it, yes, but we need a way that's reusable for future projects as well. So currently, like, I can use what we have now. In a UI component. I can have a dialogue manager UI component, which is given a dialogue resource. And then when the user selects a response, if there's a dialogue resource related to that response, then it updates to display that response. You know, we can do that. The UI, very easy to do. What we need to do, though, is connect this stuff to NPCs. So the NPC, like the audio file for the dialogue, needs to be played by NPC or player nodes so that the audio is spatial. Because we're going to have things like the player walks past a room and, you know, they hear NPCs talking. Yeah. And they can stop and they can look in the room and watch them talk to each other. So there's no interaction that kicks that off, but there is an event that kicks it off. But then it's a matter of when one of them finishes speaking, the next dialogue needs to play. But when that dialogue needs to play, it needs to correlate to an NPC. So how do I track which NPC that dialogue relates to, considering that event and that dialogue isn't necessarily going to be instanced when those characters are created? So the player's walking past, kicks off dialogue. The player can keep walking and just ignore it if they want to. Then the dialogue goes back and forth between the NPCs. And dialogue pops up at the bottom. Yeah. It's a tough one. I feel like I need to create an event system first and then hook up the event system to the dialogue and have it like work it out from there. Need those. Set dialogue. This one returns this. Set responses. No, not set response now. Yeah, set response key. Response key. Set dialogue. I'll do the same thing. I'd probably write my own tool that used Yarn Spinner scripts. Well, of course, make sure Yarn Spinner supported everything I wanted, though. So, Like, we need to make sure that the dialogue has both audio and subtitles, and that the subtitles are translated as we need. Let's be set dialogue. It needs to be response. What the fuck did you add? Dial response, sent dialogue, get dialogue. I don't see what the issue is. Dial response, set dialogue, ref dialogue. Dialogue, set dialogue, ref dialogue, p dialogue, get dialogue, ref dialogue, neuro dialogue. Okay, there we go. There we go. Interesting to your game. I don't know what's about translation stuff you need though. So what I need is when dialogue plays in the UI, we can display the subtitle, and the subtitle is translated. That's easy because this response key and this subtitle key, those are just going to be inside this subtitles localization file, and it'll just be a key that then maps to the English value and a bunch of translations for that key. And then when we give a UI element in Godot that key, it will automatically translate it for us. The audio, though, is different. Audio is different. So what we're doing for the audio is when we go to display and do dialogue in the game, we need to get the audio, which will load it from a path based on the current game's locale, which we pass into Get Audio, as well as the subtitle key, which will be the name of the audio file. And then that will return the audio, and the audio will play, and that needs to play on the character that's saying it. And that's the part, that's the difficult part. Because I can have all of this just work without issue if I don't have it related to a player or to a character. All of this would just work. Because I would just have it display the text in the UI, and when it displays the text in the UI, I'll just have it play the audio. Done. That's it. Solved. We also need the audio, though, to be assigned to an NPC or to the player. And then the NPC or the player will have a dialogue player, an audio 3D player that will play that dialogue. So the closer you are to them, the easier you can hear it. The further you're away from the character, the more difficult it is to hear it because it's spatial. Yeah. And the reason I need to do that is because we need the NPCs' mouths to move when they speak. Or in the case of the robots, we need like an audio visualizer to play based on the audio that's playing. So it's that part of connecting the dialogue to an NPC. That's the part that we need. So I could have it that when the player when an event triggers, so we're going to need an event system. Copy that, paste that in there. Event manager. That would be a node. I don't need pragma once in my C++ files. So we have our event manager, which will have we could have events. So we could have an array of events. And that array of events we'd have playing events. No. Because those would also be node 3Ds that get added as children. So when an event triggers, event manager C++, set those up. Find methods. Add signal. That will be method info. Event triggered. And it'll have an event. Where else is this done? Oh, property info. What up, Mike? How you doing? So it's a property info variant object. Okay. We do property info. Should be variant object. And it would be called event. Oh, yeah, event. All right. There we go. Okay. Connect event triggered to Event manager. Object event. Really? Really? Callable MP. Okay. So that would be this. Is that right? I think that's right. It seems to be right. Who changed this animation bezier? Name limit changed, callable MP. Clear selection, select key, deselect key. That's all editor. And that's for animation stuff. That's all referencing that. Yeah, that should be fine. Should be fine being that. But yeah, I guess it's fine. Cool. Would it be game event? I feel like doing game event is definitely definitely a good way to keep it separate from input event and all that kind of stuff, like engine event stuff. Um, GD class, game event resource, public. What about our static void find methods, as well as our game event constructor and destructor. There we go. All right. Pop those back out. So we have our game events. Now, how would the game event work? It needs to... Like, the game event needs to be a node, not a resource. And it... So that way it can have like an area 3D under it, which waits for the player to walk into that. Then how would we spawn those? I guess the event manager... The event manager would need to know when an event needs to spawn and what the event is so that it can spawn that event. And then when the player does the interaction to trigger that event, if one is needed, then it plays. Game event type. I'm just going to type. Instant area trigger or trigger type. Instant area interaction dialogue. All right. Once again, I am that good of an adult that I can drink liquids without inhaling them. I know what I'm doing. Yep, I'm good. I guess I can just leave that there for now. Is there any other trigger type we need? So instant, the event just happens as soon as it's put into the scene tree. Area, the player has to walk into an area for it to trigger. Interaction, the player has to interact with something. And dialogue would be certain dialogue needs to be completed. But if we do that, if we do that, how would this connect to dialogue? To know that the event needs to happen. I could have the dialogue. I could have the dialogue just tell the event manager, hey, here's an event that needs to happen now, and then that event type would be instant. But if we're going to do it that way, then I can just set it up so that an area 3D that triggers tells the event manager, hey, this happened. But then we need something else to track each of those things that need to be spawned. I guess that's what our loading process is for. Like when we're loading in the game, that would look at the save file, and based on the save file, it would load different things in. And when an event completes, it can have other events that it spawns in. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. So the loading process will determine what events need to be spawned, and then when these events complete, they will have a typed array of game events. There's like subsequent events. That would be a ref. If I change this to a node, Now, I think nodes can be referenced? I think nodes can be referenced. No. What I would do, this would be a packed scene. Yep. Which means I don't need an event triggered. I don't even need an event manager if I do it this way. Do I need an event manager if I do it this way? All the events are disconnected and on their own. Like they don't need, like they're independent of each other. And there's no manager that loads. I suppose the event manager could be responsible for instancing the events. So in here we'd go if events subsequent events is empty, then we can just return. I really need to figure out why it does that. It doesn't like these C++ files. Otherwise we go for packed scene in event subsequent events. We can go game event instance equals scene instantiate, and then get tree. It's a pointer, so why isn't it? Need to be a reference. That's right. There was something we needed to do with that. Cast 2. We do cast 2 game event. And then that's a pointer. Member access into incomplete type scene tree. Fix available. Scene tree is a pointer. What does that mean? Member access into incomplete type scene tree. Fix available. What's the fix? This is all get edited scene root. Get frame. Oh, get root. But it still complains about that. Hmm. Why does it not want me to access get tree? Why do you not want me to access get tree? So many places that use get tree. So why not this? Why? um Alright, there we go. Incomplete type window. Get root. Didn't have to if the object extends node. Well, the object does extend node. Like event manager extends node. So I could. Oops. Maybe I do that. No. That's the only thing that prevents it. So I'm confused. So here's the thing, like we get rid of those two over here, put this back to that. So we've got node being included here. We have our event manager header being included there. Okay. Not there. Doesn't like it. It's only after I put those in that it's okay. So I don't know. I don't know. Said scene tree was incomplete. Yeah, exactly. And then it does the same thing with window. Busybody. Busy bear. What? Busy bee. Ah, I see. I see. Bee. Legs. I was joking. Have you been drinking, Kasame? Sound nice in my head. All right, busy bee is correct. Yeah, busy bee is a thing. Bee like B L-I light. Bee life. No, L-I-N. L-I-N. Beeline. Line duck. Line down. Line dog. Line dig. Line dunk. Line drop. Line drop. Line dangle. Line dance. Line dance. Ugh. Dance. Posture. No. Dance. Pace. Party. Dance party. 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 Garlic. I don't know. Party game show. That was terrible. That was horrid. Oh, that was bad. Bootleg. No, boot C. Camp. Boot camp. F. Camp F. Camp. Fondle. Campfire. Firewood. Woodstock. No. Wood. Work. Work something something class. Work something something class. Work. Shop class. Shake class. Shamble class. Work something something class. Work sale class? No. Workshop shop class. That's the only thing I can think of. That's what it is. Workshop shop class. There we are. Perfect. The fuck is shop class? Shop class usually refers to industrial arts education, classes where students learn hands-on skills using tools and make objects in materials like wood or metal. In the US, it's commonly used to describe programs that teach basics of home repair, manual craftsmanship, and machine safety. Yeah. So it's like woodworking and stuff like that. Woodworking, metalworking, all that kind of stuff. Add taxes before sale. It's a good system. Do I want this? So we can do that. I have a problem with this. The problem I have with this is there's everything would be static. So the event would trigger from the same location if it was an area event. I wouldn't be able to have it go, all right, spawn at this location where this thing is. Like, you know, where it's like set yourself up for this NPC. You know, set yourself for the entrance to this puzzle category. Set yourself for this doorway. Yeah. I wonder if it's worthwhile. I wonder if it's worthwhile to have the have a parent path value that's just a string name or a string. And it's just a path in the scene tree. No, because then that wouldn't work either, because you're not going to have things that are always inside the scene tree. I don't really want to do a find node across the entire scene tree either. Hmm. How can we do that? How do we set it up? I could have it so that the game event has um a string name um spawn path set spawn path set subsequent events get subsequent events. And then create a game event. Do that. Find methods. Set spawn path. And then return the string name. Set subsequent events. Typed array. Game event. Then the typed array. Get the subsequent events. I'm going to return subsequent events. Then we do the class DB bind method. Do D method. Property info. No, not property info. D method would be. I don't need a D method yet. We don't need that yet. Add property. Property info. Be variant. String name. Spawn path. You'll be set spawn path. Get spawn path. But under here, we also need what's property hint none. And property usage default. There's going to be an array for subsequent events. You will be subsequent events. And you'll be subsequent events. Apparently the game event constructor and destructor must be defined. I'm pretty sure they are defined though. like 100% sure that those are defined. I mean, they're right there, like just up there, sort of thing. What? Game event constructor and destructor right there under public. Out of line declaration of member must be the definition. Oh, the. Duh. God damn it. Can you tell that I'm tired? That reminds me. Reminder brain thing. There it is. Let's do it. Let's defend my title. Defend my title of most educational game. And possibly win more titles until we become just the Journ Jam. We will keep winning it so much that we will be the Jam. Yes. I do have an idea of how we're going to be like what the general idea of the game will be. I do have an idea for a game for the Journ Jam. It's going to force me to learn a lot about physics and whatnot. So, all right. So we have all of that configured. Is there something else we need to do? Is there an update event or something that is needed? Is there an update event or something that is needed? How do I get rid of this warning? Well, I know it's not used directly, but if I get rid of it, then add property starts complaining. Because class DB, that's just a structure, isn't it? No, class DB is a class. Alright, never mind. Yeah, no. That's annoying. If you buy methods, it might stop complaining. Yeah, but I don't know if I need any methods for this to be bound. That's like, I don't need these to be bound to anything. Because that would just make them accessible in GD script and stuff. But I don't need that. I don't need these to be accessible. Because this is just going to be set by the editor. Add property requires the methods to be bound. Let's have a look here. I mean, it does seem like it. We'll do it. Let's do it. Bind method. D method. Gonna be set spawn path. Oh, oops. Would have been nice if we could have selected that, but alright. Spawn path. This will be reference to you. Get rid of all that. Get, remove. And then we do a spawn path with subsequent events. Lovely. That means I'm probably gonna want class DB. Why won't you? I feel like LSP disappeared there for some reason. D method will be event triggered. We probably want this to be event manager, event triggered. There we are. That might be what's needed. Could actually have properties without a method bind. But that would be like with like custom property lists. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. This here, we need to go variant and numcast. And then I also need a get rid of that. Trigger type. Get trigger type. We can replace subsequent events with trigger type. What up, Focus? How you doing? What have you been up to today? I am setting up stuff for an event system and a dialogue system, which are going to have to work together. So, yeah. It's been frustrating because I don't know how they're going to connect together. Yeah. No idea how they're going to work together. Doing some pathfinding and collision debugging. Ooh, pathfinding and collision debugging. Dialogue system is paper mache, licked and stick together. Well, I'm building this into my custom Godot, which means I want it to work for future games as well. So that yeah, it doesn't it doesn't break when I update it for the next game, and then I have to bug fix this game, and I'm like, oh, I have to also redo all this stuff to work with the changes I made to the. Yeah, it's. Yep. uh. So it's gonna be a bit of work. It's gonna be a bit of work, but hey, it's better than just trying to do more physics math and driving myself further insane with that. Game event. Get trigger type. Return trigger type. All right, so we do that. Then we're also going to need to replace spawn path with trigger type. Just the entire thing. And this becomes int. I think there's a property hint and num. There is a property hint and num. And then in here, we do like instant, area, and interaction. And then what that does is it causes a drop down in our UI. Yeah. Does this have a menu slide direction? It does. Enum. This be left, right. Left is 0, right is 1. Yep, perfect. Beautiful. Beautiful. What you got on for the rest of the day, Focus? Just chilling out and relaxing? Alright, so now we've got that done. What's next? What is next? I don't think I need anything else for that. Like everything else can just be placed into what do we call it? Everything else can just be placed into like GD script extension and stuff. Because this being a node, I would create a GD script that extends this. And that would be that would have all of the specific logic for that event. So this spawn path here, under here, instead of doing get tree root, I would do get node. Instance spawn path. Node event parent. So apart from that, path. If event parent add child instance. No viable conversion. Of course, the node path. Yep. Yep. So instead of string name, I want to do node path. Yeah. All right, there we go. All right. Should I add, like, should I do this? I feel like changing it. So we go like this. And get node prints error null pointer. Really? There's a get node or null. Oh snap! There is a get node or null. Nice. Now the question is, does that return null pointer or does it do that? Yeah, use null pointer. All right, cool. Cool, does return null pointer. That's that clarified. I like it. All right. So spawn path will be a string. We will tell it what the spawn path will be. Yeah. Get node will print an error. Well, that won't. Yeah. Yeah, nice. So if it's get node will print an error. That's what you're saying. So if I do this, get node will log an error in the console. And return null. So I might use that. Because if that's the case, yeah, because if we have the error log out, then it means if someone's having an issue, if someone has a problem where an event doesn't start or something like that, that can be in the error log. And that can be a trigger for me to go, oh, okay, cool. I need to fix that. I need to fix the event that's supposed to spawn at this point. Yeah? Yeah. I do think that's the better option. I like it. So event manager can spawn the event. The question is, do I need it to? Yeah, because event manager we can also set up like a load game events or set up events. I do feel like that's the best way to do it. Do I want anything else on here? Do I want it to be the thing that tracks? No. No, I won't. So I'll have the event manager spawn the events where it needs to go. And that's set up game events. Yeah, that'll be... I don't need that. I don't need that in here. I don't need that in there. I can extend the event manager inside GD script and have that control what happens when the game loads in order to spawn what events. I can update my save file to have what events need to be spawned or like what the current events are. Yeah. As well as what events have been completed and things like that. I probably want to create... What if we set like an event key? Like an ID or something. Okay. Let's... If I set up a key, then that key can be in the list of... No, that can just be our... So what we can do is have the event name. But how would we track if an event can spawn? Under here, I can set up a... Can spawn. We can set up a GD virtual. And this will be can spawn. RC required. What's RC required? What's this MRETS? Typically R means return something, C means const. Possibly. What up, Vongo? How you doing? But like, is this here supposed to be the variant type? Like, am I supposed to go like variant bool? and then have this be can spawn. Like, pasting formed GD virtual can spawn invalid pre-processing token. I'm gonna see where else this is used. See if we can track it down. Oh, I see. I'm doing it in bind methods. It just needs to be in here. Just needs to be here. Ooh. Can spawn. Just needs to be in the header file. That's what my issue was. I was putting it inside the wrong thing. Yep. Okay, cool. That's better. So that will be a virtual. So in the GD script, I can override that, I think. Then there's a virtual void cleanup override. Okay. So if I do bool Okay. So apart from that, what do you sit on, sleep on, and brush teeth with? I don't sit, I don't sleep, and I brush my teeth with a toothbrush. Yeah. Weren't expecting that, were you, Vongo? Now, if I don't create this, Question had you stumped? Why did it have you stumped? If I have this GD virtual R, and under here, no, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's not the answer. All right. I'm going to give you his word. We're going to level 15. I need to get a drink. When I get back, we will do this words, but I don't want to leave it to chance. I don't want to leave you all to... I don't want you to lose without me. All right? So BRB for like 10, 15 seconds. I'm back. All right. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's see if we can crush it. Bully. Okay. Okay. So J, U, I, or C is going to be fake. No, J, I, C will be fake. J, I, or C. Um, Colt, Cull. Club. T is not hidden. Could be G. Lib. All right. Well, I guess we're failing this one. I guess we've lost this one. Blip. BLIP. Pill. If P is hidden. P is hidden. P is hidden. Publicly. No. Yes, publicly. Publicly is the big word. Dang. Well, almost. Almost. It's this close. So close. Let's see, what do we got here? High noon. High tide. Tide P pod. Tide pod. Tide. Because word G is too hard to remember and say. I mean, it could be pod. Tide, pied, tide, pub. Nah, I don't know. Tide, pocket, tide, pub, pole. I don't know. Oh, tide pool. A tide pool. Yep. A pool tide. um. Pool table. Of course, it's a pool table. Oh my god. A table car. No. A table cup. Cloth. Nice, Dangio. Cloth. Something. I mean, D-bag is already a word. Like, D-bag is already a connection. Cloth. Dye bag. Now. Cloth dirt. Now. Cloth diarrhea. A diarrhea bag? Ew. Ew, duh. Cloth diagram bag. Cloth diamond bag. Diamond. No. What? Oh, cloth diaper. Cloth diaper. Diaper bag. Duh. Sugar glider. No, sugar F. Sugar F. Sugar free. Nice. Free line. Free lane. Free like. Free lunch. Nice. Nice, Dangio. Lunch. Lunch L. Lunch L. It's not a lunch limb. Lunch lime. Limits. Luck. Lot. Limp. Lamp. I swear some of these are just like some of these don't make any sense. Lunch, ladle. Lunch lady. Oh my god. Who? I'm in Australia. All right, our schools don't have lunch ladies. Our schools have a cafeteria that you go to if you want to spend money to buy your food, or you just bring your own lunch. But there's no like cafeteria that you sit down in and eat at. um, lady bug, nice. Bug spray tan. And that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad, that one. 90's still pretty good. All right, so hang on, that's something we can do. Instead of these signals, spawn events. And what we can do spawn events. It's gonna go like so. So we do this. Okay. Hmm. Oh, damn. I had no idea that there was a murder trial for Tupac underway. Wait, what? 29 years after death. God damn. Better late than never, I guess. add signal. The signal can be so we have the method for the signal, which will be event completed. Actually, so if this spawns the event, this will because what I want to do is when you've spawned, like when the event finishes, it will loop over each of its events, like each of its subsequent events, and check if they can be spawned. Do I want that? No, I don't think I want them to have subsequent events. I don't think I need those. Why? Why is that not working? Method info, that's why. And we'll have it take event as property info. That's what it needs to be. Variant will be object, and the name will be event. Else free instance. So we want to make sure we do that. If we're not adding the instance to the scene tree, we want to free it just to make sure. No, this isn't a good way to do this. This is a bad way to do this. I do need a spawn event. But I don't want it to be a packed scene that it spawns. I feel like I'm overthinking this dialogue system and this event system. Maybe I should make them in GD, like inside Godot first, and then migrate them to C++ after. Um, hmm. Yeah. I might make it inside Godot first. And then once I've got it made in Godot and working, we can take whatever we need to and move it into C++ inside the engine itself. So we'll have a node, which will be dialog manager. Do that. Close those out. And then we'll also need a event system. Put that in there. Okay. So the dialog manager. What will that... Actually, we'll also have a dialog resource. Last name dialog resource. Extends resource. Not resource preloaded, just resource, thank you. We have an export for audio. Subtitle key. And then if I have a speaker, what I would need is a path to that person, like to whoever's speaking. If I have all of my NPCs and my player spawn under a character's node, then that would make it very easy to track the characters. It'd be very easy to have this point to a speaker. Obviously, that's not what we would need for a 2D game, of course. And I can't have it as a node path. We go new folder. New script. And here, move it into dialogue. Dialogue resource. See how that's a problem. A resource hides it global. Ah, that's why. There we are. So this needs to be string name. I want to come up with something that requires me to not need to do that. Because otherwise I'm just hacking it for the current game. What up, Nathir? How you doing? It is me. It is. How you doing, Nathir? This dialogue resource is whooping my butt. I'm doing well. Doing well. If I give this a canvas layer, doing well. We don't like to hear that. Why? Why not? That's just rude. um. Oh, good song. Your misery is our happiness. It begins to feel like that after a while, to be honest. I do kind of get that feeling from time to time. Yeah. You say joke. You say joke, but I know chat. I know chat. If I had a bunch of redeems and stuff that just made me miserable constantly, I would have like 5,000 viewers average. And they would all just make me miserable forever. I have too much self respect for that, though. Can't say no to that. I know. No one can. That's the problem. This one here, I'm actually going to change this to be a center container. This can... Actually, no. Change you back to a controller. Yeah, sweet. And that will always be visible. I don't want you miserable forever, only when I'm online. If you're miserable forever, then when I get here, I won't see you go from happy to miserable. And that's what I want to see. That's the enjoyable part. Dialogue. Dialogue manager. There we are. Ow. Now you get it. The look of dread setting in. Fucking hell. Always. Always the case. Yay. I can get rid of you. So under the dialogue manager, we go um set dialogue. Bam. Do I need that to be a dialogue manager though? Can I just have that as a canvas layer? I feel like it's not a manager. I feel like it'll be dialogue. Dialogue view. And we can set it up so it like prints out the text. Maybe have it display the name of who's saying it. Maybe. But for now, I think we can keep it simple. Keep it as such. Go. Audio. Audio string. Get. Okay. Returning audio stream. You will take a locale. Oh, actually. What if on NPCs I just tell them what dialogue key is playing? I just tell them what dialogue key is playing. Because then we would need responses too. What if I was to create a dictionary? The dictionary had a key and subsequent dialogue and a character name. And then what we do is our game state when it creates this stuff we go add child. Character's name. Characters. Go characters. Add player. That's fine. So we have a key of the dialogue that just finished. So that would just be the translation key. And then we would have the translation key that needs to play next, if there is one. And the name of the character that's saying it. So it's just a CSV that has 3 columns. And that way we know which character we're assigning stuff to. That would be a big dictionary to load at runtime, though. So unless I create a resource... Like, honestly, that'd be a pretty simple dictionary to load at runtime, but there's going to be a lot of stuff in there. How would we do this? Because I need to take into account the replayability, like the looping back around and stuff like that. So I can't just go... I can't just say, yep, you're... Like, whatever, you're... this can go up to 1. I can't just have it as this needs to play here when the player does this. I need it to go, has the player done this? Like, is this allowed to... Is this allowed to play? Like, is this dialogue allowed to be spawned? Is this the dialogue we're up to? And then when we reset, Because if I have it as a branching tree. Hmm. I think I will need this to be a dialogue manager. And if I create a dialogue resource, we have dialogue key. Audio, which wouldn't actually be set. We'd have to have a function for get audio. Should be an audio stream. And takes locale, defaulting to EN. Return audio. Path will be assets audio dialogue %s locale dialogue key og. So if we do that and then return load path, file access file exists path, return null. So from there, we also need to track who's saying it. Speaker will be do I just want to have it as a string? Or do I want to set up an enum? If I set up an enum, we could easily do that. Then we have like player, Doctor, Simon, Simone. Those would be the only 4 characters that have dialogue in this. Oh, actually, there would also be Crack. That'll make sense when we get up to it. Well, actually, you probably won't see me implement that, but it'll make sense. It'll make sense. It'll be fine. Dialogue character. Oh. There we are. So I think I might also want another %s in there, which will be dialogue character keys get speaker. Um, um, player doctor. So we have those. Get the dialogue. Let's go to here. What up, Wardstone? How you doing? The player, Doctor, Simon, Simone, Brack. Yeah. Now I need to take these. I need to duplicate them under there. And we need to duplicate them under here. Do you think I need this? Just sneaky little guy? Gonna have to work hard, procrastinate tonight. I'm trying to figure out this goddamn dialogue and event system. And both of them are just kicking my ass. And it's because of what I keep trying to avoid, which is not thinking about things 6 months down the track. Just get it set up for what I need now. But my God, that's... I think I've got a plan though. All right, so we've got all of those set up. So all of the dialogue. So this is for the audio files. So that gives me the ability to split out my audio files into. Yeah, cool. Set up my audio files into separate subfolders. That's good. We get the files from there. That'll be old Vorbis files. We play them. That's actually a good question. Godot. Audio files. The question is, wave for sound effects due to uncompressed nature. So should I have the dialogue as a wave file? So it seems like wave is good for like sound effects. OGG is better for like music or dialogue or things that like go for a long period of time. And that's because OGG files are more compressed, so they can save space. And wave files will have better sound quality, but they will be shorter, so that the files will still be small. Ah, that's interesting. I think OGG is faster to load than Wave, but lossy transparent at Q5 plus, gapless loops, no encoder padding, moderate decode cost, best for music and ambience. Short SFX in engines. Voiceover lines. Okay, so MP3. It says here MP3 is best for voiceover lines. OGG is best for music and ambience and looping tracks. And Wave is best for short SFX, like sound effects. Is that true, though? Random silence at the end and start of tracks. Don't want that. So yeah, I think we go OGG for our sound effect, for our music, our voice lines, all that sort of stuff, and we go Wave for the sound effects. If I want my game to sound retro, I'll have dialogue be OGG. No, I think I think Og is still fine for dialogue. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll create some dialogue with Og and dialogue with MP3, and we'll see which ones. We'll see which one comes out better. Ah. So if we do that, the dialogue manager, do that, and go play dialogue. Actually, ads. Let's do a game of chess. Let's do a good game of chess. Yeah, I mean, sure. Why not? Let's play. Play a random. Let's crush him. Crush him. Aw. You're no fun. Yummy. So now you're screwed because he's panicking now. They are panicking. Go there. Do it. Aw. That's not what I wanted you to do. Let's push you. Yoink. Um, Lovely. Mm-hmm. There we go. It's good enough. I couldn't be bothered. I just wanted that to end. All right, so when we want the dialogue to set, how much longer am I streaming? That's a good point. I don't know how much longer I'm streaming for. I'm just gonna keep going. I love chess, but I'm too scared to play it. It was a moral victory. For me, it was I can't be bothered expending the brain power to figure out checkmate. So I'm just gonna move. What do we need here? So we set the dialogue here. We need something that triggers this. That's what we need. We need something that triggers this. So that would be our event manager stuff. We have our event system. Anything that's on the secret word? There's 3. The word is more commonly used when talking about structures and structuring things. It's 6 letters, and structures that have this feature can be the same strength or even stronger than structures that don't. That doesn't mean they always are, it just means they can be. Cement. There's been like 50 people that have said cement already. I'll tell yous at the end of this stream if no one gets it. If no one gets it, I'll tell yous what it was, and we'll just select a different one. I have a feeling I'm going to have to explain the 3rd clue. But, I mean, the word has appeared on your screen at some point today. Where is the list of clues? There isn't a list. I should probably create a list. That's something I'm going to build into my next overlay. I'm going to build a list of like a command for like word clues or something. And then have that like list out the current clues. So the event system What would that need? What would that do? Would it... Is the event system going to be the thing that spawns the events, or... Because I could have a function for spawn events, and then we could also create an event resource, and the event resource can specify a packed scene to load. Yes. I don't need these puzzle events anymore. New script. You can have, oh my god, an export for scene. An export for type. Do I want it to be event type or... Yeah, we'll call it event type. So an instant event, an area event, a timed event, instant event, area event, not a dialogue event, an interact event, and a dialogue event. Sure, why not? There we go. Buffer? Nah. Once again, not there. What up, Ark? How's things? How fares the grind? I tried to implement our dialogue and event system in C++ straight away, but I was struggling to kind of envision what it would be like. So now I'm setting up some stuff specifically for our event system. so that we can start to get some things worked out. You gonna be on 3. Oh, actually, you're also going to do that. All right, so NPC, go. We're stream on Vorbis. Set. Show you. That. What about your physics? That is at a point that I can just leave it for the time being. I'm going to go back to that in like a couple of weeks and do some extra work on it and such. But as it is right now, we don't really need to do anything else on it at this point. We have something that works to test puzzle stuff. Don't need to do anything more than that at the moment. Let's see. Dialogue. Play dialogue. Audio stream. Dialogue player. Stream. And dialogue player. Cool. And under ready, you can also do dialogue player finished. Go. Dialogue finished. Null out the stream. If I spend any more time trying to make the perfect psytrance bass and kick that actually sound good, I may lose my mind more than I already have. So I'm going to take a break and vibe out for a bit. I love psytrance, but once you've heard a couple psytrance songs, you might as well have heard them all. That's the same with anything. Anything lo-fi, in my experience. Like, if you have lo-fi music playing on your stream, I guarantee you're going to have a shit ton of random people pop up just putting claims against your video, even though the music has nothing to do with their stuff. But because it sounds the same, because it's all like a very low, like a very chill kind of thing. What up, Loki? How you doing? They're like, oh, there's wind chimes in this song. It must be ours. Claim. Very annoying. Very, very annoying. I hate it. Doing all right. Starting the workday. Ew. 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 Going for 9 hours. How's it going? We haven't really made much progress today. I'm kind of stuck on our event system and dialogue manager. I guess this could have a function for next dialogue. What's game gonna be? I'm saying short zoom. It's gonna be a puzzle narrative. Kind of think of Stanley Parable crossed with Portal. A tiny bit of blueprints thrown in there. Nah, not really like Talos Principle. Um, if I do that, so the issue is I have no idea how. Like I can structure. I can structure the data and get all of the dialogue data set up. But the issue I'm having is having the audio play for the dialogue that's displayed on screen, and having the audio play where the character that's supposed to be saying that is, as well as having like their lips move to it and stuff like that. Whatever happened, Bobblehead Shopson? You asked me that the other day, Drip. We've released that. I'm doing bugs and stuff off stream for Bobble Shop Sim. All of the bugs and stuff for that I'm working on off stream. And I think I've got like 1 or 2 bugs that I need to fix before I put out my next update for it. So let's see, get next dialogue. What would get next dialogue? It would need to have a reference to the current dialogue. Um, print dialogue. That would need to kick off something in the future. Dialogue dialogue key. I would need an array of dialogue. Response. Dialogue response. Resource. Ow. I don't remember where it's going because I don't remember asking about it. I'm pretty sure it was. Let me double check. Maybe it was someone with a similar name that had the same color. Might have been like a week ago. Yeah, who was it? Can't find dialogue response. That's fine. I can set that up here. Class name, dialogue response. This will have dialogue. Why is dialogue you're a resource. Yeah, there we go. Bar response key and response audio. That's easy to do, that one. Because that's all going to be player. Don't care about those at the moment. And I'd need something for dialogue is going to be a translation of dialogue here. Go. Do I want people to be able to skip the dialogue? Because the dialogue is kind of important. It can be important. Not always important, but it can be important. I think yes. I think yes. If the player skips important dialogue, that's their problem. um, Go. Process delta float. This can go print dialog. Pass in delta as well. And if dialog is null, return. If dialog text is not null. Yeah, I'm just gonna set it to empty. No, never mind. Under here we can go delta float. Go print time float. Print speed float. Export range, a min of 0.5 and a max of 5.0. 0.1 is the step. What up, Roberto? How you doing? Let's see. Deving a game with story seems too stressful for me. It's not only deving it with a story, like a story which is linear, where you have dialogue here, and then 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 here. That's easy. It's the fact that I'm gonna have dialogue that plays through, like, I'm gonna have like the main course of dialogue. And then I'm gonna have, oh, you're over here doing this thing. We'll do this dialogue. Oh, you're over here and you've completed these things. Okay, well, now this dialogue is available to you if you interact with this person. Like trying to figure out how I'm going to get that set up. And I think what I need to do, I think I need the dialogue manager to be able to receive the dialogue to play from the event system or from the player doing interactions. Like from the player doing something that causes the dialogue manager to be given dialogue. And then the dialogue manager just plays that dialogue. And that's it. So it's a tough one. It is a toughie. Someone has to come up with story too. I know the story. I know the story. I know what I'm going to do for the story. So we have the current pos as dialogue length, and then actually we can just return dialogue. We go skipped Current pos equals print time modulate by print speed. And if we have this be finished. Enjoy doing roguelike style? Fair. Fair. What up, Zed? How's things? How goes our favorite painter? Did you get much done? Because I feel like I'm getting nowhere. If I'm being honest. G'day, Ouija, how you doing? Yeah, welcome in, y'all. We're trying to figure out our dialogue system, which has also ended up going into a event system. And I'm trying to figure out how that's going to work with a replayable things you did last playthrough impact the current playthrough sort of thing. There's stuff that's been done, Zed, but it doesn't feel like the correct way to set it up. But at this point, I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to set it up in some way. And then we will rework it and refactor it later on if it doesn't work. Done. Easy. Simple. Yeah. How was your stream? Tell us all about it. I'm currently setting it up so that our dialogue manager current pos is greater than dialogue length -1. Then we can just return dialogue and set finish to true. Oops. Mine was good. Did a bit of playing Verho and then modeling a tree from it in Blender. Ooh, nice. Nice. I like some of the tree tactics, some of the tree making tactics for Blender, where you start off with like a cube. And then you like subdivide it a couple times or something. Actually, I think it was a plane. I think you start with a plane. Maybe that's what you do. Get rid of those vertices. 0. There we are. Then you're like, what was it? Yeah. I think you like transform it. Something like, oh no, that's right. Hang on. I'm doing it all wrong. Doing it all wrong. Start off with a cylinder. You set it to like 6. Yeah. That's what you do. And then you like move it up. Scale it in. Like I think from here you can I think this is how you do it. No, that's not how you do it. Never mind. I think you then do that. Grab that. You extrude it out. You rotate it. You move it up. Scale it. You like start doing that sort of thing. Yeah. Like some more cuts there. You gotta remember to rotate. Oof. That one's tough to rotate. Yeah. That sort of thing. It's horrible. That was a horrible one, but yeah, it's all right. We start with curve too. That's an easy one. True. That's true. First I've heard of this Verho game. A Polish studio with a German publisher spins a game with Finnish name. True international stuff. I do have to look that up. Steam Verho. Curse of Faces. Ah, nice. Old school style. Hell yeah. Yeah. That looks good. That looks good. I like that. I like that. I'm excited for Recur. I'm excited for this game. It's going to be a fun puzzle game, this one. It's like you walk backwards and time moves backwards. You walk forward and time moves forward. Yeah. That looks like it's going to be fun. I was excited for Shadow Glass until I saw the gameplay trailer from a few months back with truly disappointing movement animation. Actually, one game I haven't heard about for a while. Brightville. Welcome to Brightville. Still to be announced. This looks like it'll be a very fun game. Howdy. Howdy, Vongo. Like, I like the look of this game. It gives me BioShock feelings. Like BioShock Dishonored combination. Yeah. But yeah. It's a very good looking game. Like, it looks very nice. Same lighting as BioShock, yeah. And the art style is going to continue being good. Even in 10 years' time, you're going to look back at this game and be like, these graphics are good. And that's because they're not going for realistic graphics, they're doing stylized graphics. And like, unlike realistic graphics that just turn to dog shit after like 2 or 3 years, stylized graphics, they always look good. That's why Dishonored and BioShock still look good today. But yeah, it's a very nice looking game. This is all very early stuff too. Like, it's all very, very early stuff. So, yeah, what is it? Hey, there he is. Our robot friend. He's got a good mustache. I like his mustache. I like his mustache. That's right, you have to do Fmod, don't you? Fmod the print time mod print speed. Oh, whoops. There. Now it doesn't return code path. The other day I saw Cyberpunk 2069 played for the first time. You mean 2077? Oh, Cyberspunk. Right. I gotcha. I was already put off by a customizable character combined with the sheer amount of railroading and repeatedly being told. That is such a stupid idea. Yeah. That sounds like the kind of game that someone just like puts up on itch or something and goes, yeah, whatever. uh um It was Cyberpunk 2077. I liked Cyberpunk. Yeah, Cyberpunk was a good game. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. Unlike like I got it on PC when it first came out. I didn't experience any of the problems that people were reporting. People being like, "Oh, it's bugging out. Oh, it's crashing. Oh, it's like spawning police like right next to me and stuff like that." I never experienced any of that ever. Play it the same way as I played Skyrim, ignore the story and just explore the world. I just think the game tries a tad too hard. In what way? Otherwise, we return dialogue. Get slice. Substring from 0 to current pos. Bam. So we do that, and then if dialogue not finished, then we do that. So dialogue. We set up something to handle the responses. Or to handle ending the dialogue. In every way, especially in its makeshift quest for the aesthetic or world order. Speedrun every Hollywood movie with the aesthetic and play to choose any percent. I'm not sure what you mean, because you can pick which direction the story goes. Like you can be on the side of the corporation, or you can be against the corporation, or you can be like for some other group that is against both, sort of thing. Like, or do you just not like that it's about changing the world order in general? Yeah. Because I could understand that if the storyline was only you go against the corporation. Because every movie is about going against the corporation. There's very few movies where you just team up with the corporation and it ends with you being like a high ranking person inside the corporation ruling over the world. Nothing changes. Except for your status. That's it. There's even endings where, like, one of the endings I took was you just leave the city. You decide, you know what? Fucking whatever with the corporation, whatever with people trying to take down the corporation. I'm just going to go with this group of people and piss off. Bye. Yeah, there's like 8 endings. Sits in some uncanny valley, which is too real for being a video game. On the other hand, too cliche to be real. They strive for the latter double time. I'm biased here. I've not played a modern game in over a decade, I figure. Fair enough. I mean, it definitely does. It definitely does go for the, oh, this is a completely dystopian future sort of thing. Where it's like, you know, this could be our future. It definitely does go down that path. That's 100% true. Let's see. End dialogue. Try disconnect dialogue and dialogue from get next dialogue and dialogue's not null. If dialogue not null, do that. If dialogue dialogue responses size is 0. Turn dialogue text quit out. Alright. What up, condition 0? Damn son, 10 hours, you know it. No, we're probably ending soon, to be honest. Maybe. Probably. I got some bugs on Bubble Shop Sim that I need to get done tonight. And then over the weekend, not over the weekend, over the next 2 days when I'm not streaming, I'm going to be reorganizing my apartment and getting things set up a bit better so that I have like more space to do stuff. Because like right there, down there, I've got a table. Just over here, there's another table as well. Desk right in front of me. That's my movement area. So I'm reworking this place so that I have more space and I can do more stuff. I may need to get some extra bits for behind me. But you know, I go with springiness malarkey. The springiness malarkey. We do have springiness. Hello. Oh, hang on. I know why. That's why. Waha. Plus one bed, yes. So we do have springiness. The spring works quite well with the lids. Like, it still has a bit of oscillation and stuff, which we can get rid of by adding in natural frequency dampening. And by accounting for mass as well. But then when it comes to these things here, like, these things get real bouncy. Yeah. But I can. There we go. I can drop it through the box in the correct slot. I can't do it for everything because, yeah, some things are a bit more difficult to. But I haven't finished implementing stuff yet either. Like, I've got other controls that I want to implement, like rotating the thing that you're holding and stuff like that. But I want to get the spring stuff fixed up before we do that. So yeah, goes into the square whole situation. That is one of the solutions. That is a valid solution. I'm playing game to cover art, and the game isn't an option. I'm sure it is. You're just thinking of the wrong game. Is it Reforged? Is it Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos Reforged? There's. Is it that artwork? Let me have a look. Well, that's Mecha Chameleon. Unlimited cover. Oh yeah, it's not going to be. Yeah, can't do it. So good. I'd be interested to know what the cover art ends up being. Mentally preparing for the 5th meeting with a customer to tell them the same thing again. It's not reforged either. Are you sure it's the right thing? You're not thinking of like Warcraft 2 or something, are you? Because there's Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos, there's Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne. You're not thinking of like Warcraft 2 Orcs vs. Humans. You're not thinking that, are you? Oh, sorry, Warcraft Orcs vs. Humans. Or Warcraft 2 Tides of Darkness. God, Warcraft 2 was such a good game. Oh. Such good times playing Warcraft 2. It's the one with the green orc, and I see Chaos in the title. Are you typing the game correctly? Have you searched Warcraft 3? Because when I search Warcraft cover art, there's this one, Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos. Warcraft 3 had the best mod content. True. True. And then there's also, hang on, let me have a look. Was there a World of Warcraft Chaos something? Yeah, Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos. Yeah. But I'm wondering if there's like a World of Warcraft that has Chaos in the name. Event is action. UI cancel, or event is action. UI accept. Pretty sure Reign of Chaos moniker is unique to Warcraft, like we copywritten. Yeah, but you've got to remember who owns the material. So like Warcraft 3 and World of Warcraft are both Blizzard. So World of Warcraft has characters in it from Warcraft 3 and such. Like Arthas and Sylvanas and whatnot. But you can still have like Reign of Chaos. Like they can use Reign of Chaos somewhere in WoW stuff because it's still Warcraft. It's still the same IP. Yeah. Um, event is released. Dialog skip. if finished, and dialogue omits. Okay. Haven't seen it in any of the years I played that. Also used to be a game master, but starting a few years. Yeah. No, I might be thinking of Cataclysm. I might be thinking of Cataclysm and just being like, oh, chaos, you know. But no. Yeah, my brain's just doing its brain thing. It was under Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos, not World of Warcraft. That's because it's not like Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos is not World of Warcraft. Warcraft 3 is the game before World of Warcraft. Reign of Chaos is not a WoW expansion. Cataclysm and the spell Rain of Fire that caused you a boop likely. I mean, probably. I haven't really played WoW. I tried it once and just didn't really get into it, so. Reign of Rain. Alright, so we do that and we have that skip and we set that to finished and then that does that. Let's get next dialogue. Dialogue equals that. Dialogue response equals that. Dialogue is null. Otherwise, we go dialogue equals dialogue responses front dialogue. I don't need this. We don't need that either. Actually, I will have that. Skip will do that. And what we want to do is a bunch of NPCs. Yeah. What am I going to do? My brain is stopping. My brain is stopping and not starting. I know what I want to do with this. But I'm going to rate out before these ads hit yous. Okay? We're going to rate out before the ads hit yous. Oh, my brain is pooped. And I need to try and finish this stuff. Alright. I will be back, not tomorrow, not the day after, but in 2 days. In 2 days, I'll be back, hopefully, provided my rearranging doesn't break everything. I will keep pondering this dialogue stuff, maybe do a little bit of work on it. I'll keep working on my new overlay as well. And I will get bugs fixed for Bobble Shop Sim. So, yeah. I will see you all in 2 days. Have a fantastic one, you good dunce. Thanks for being here for so long.